A warm welcome to the 2026 Hill City Twilight. We are up and running right away here in the Hill City on this Saturday evening. So much to explore in the next few hours. The sprint side gets underway momentarily. We've got the distance slate coming up tonight. And tell you what, it just seems like this event gets better and better every single year. Still very young in its existence. Go back just a couple years as Lynchburg added its finale to the season schedule. It's postseason time in Division III. Lots of Division I opponents here in attendance, and they are getting ready for their conference championships in just a few weeks. Obviously, the sprint side will be a little less packed as what we will see in the distance events later on. So just two sections for the men's 100-meter dash. As we get set, Ralph Petchen for Hagerstown Community College in 1, Connor Zachariason of Longwood in 2, Deontay Blake of Hagerstown in 3, Johnny Daly for Liberty in 4. Lane 5, Owls Odin Desir of Hagerstown Community College with Jaden Fodrell for Longwood in 6. Michael Ham runs unattached in 7 on the Lynchburg coaching staff, formerly competed for Lynchburg and Ferrum back during his ODAC days, and Michael Coley for Lynchburg is in 8. Pair of Hawkeyes in the middle lanes going to be your high seeds coming into this one, Deontay Blake and Owls Odin Desir, as we are seconds away from our first race. Looking at 10-7 range for a pair of Hagerstown athletes. Off and running.
Here we go, off and running with section 1 of the men's.
Desir, a strong start, his company to his side as Fodrell makes this one interesting. Soaring to the line, that one will be very tight. Looks like the Lancers might have posted their first victory of the day. Jaden Fodrell goes 10.77. Michael Ham right there in second. A lot of the outside lanes starting to really add some interest to the picture. Odin Desir settles for third, 10.85 in our opening event of the day. Such a busy Saturday in the sports world. It's the Kentucky Derby coming up shortly. You've got all the sports going on in postseason mode for the professional level, but of course, it feels like track and field is really reaching one of its better times of the year as we get set for championship season. It kicked off just a little while ago for Lynchburg as they are once again Old Dominion Athletic Conference champions on the men's side for the 6th consecutive time. On the women's side, they finished second behind Washington and Lee. We will see several generals coming to the track later today for several of those distance events as we are setting the table for our second section here in the 100-meter dash. As we said, very much a compact heat sheet for the 100. This is section 2, and it does feature some ODAC opponents we saw last weekend. We'll start with Enoch Afori running unattached in 1, Caleb Long for Hagerstown in 2, Savion Thomas of Randolph in 3 with Trenton Tucker for Lynchburg in 4. Had a fantastic opening leg in the Hornets 4x1 last weekend to secure the ODAC title. It's a Hornets squad that obviously has grown accustomed to competing at a high level in the 4x1. They got it done on the men's and women's sides, but it is clearly a very close toss-up every season. Lander Jackson, the freshman for Randolph in 5, Nate Towns for Hagerstown in 6, Isaiah Davis for Lynchburg in 7. You've seen him extend to the 400 distance throughout the season. Back on the straightaway here in the 100 dash. Final section on the men's side before we get ready for the women's at 4:15, just a moment away. Tucker, stellar start in the middle. Jackson to his side, a pair of freshmen battling it out. It's going to come down to the final few meters. Looks like Jackson's going to get there by a hair. We'll wait for the official time. Dips under 11, 10.99. He'll appreciate that result as Tucker and Davis round out the top 3. Top 4 athletes, or in fact all 4 in that section, freshmen or sophomores. See them extending their season after the postseason has began at the conference championships. We mentioned D1 still has a few weeks, and that is always the intrigue at this time of the year. You see May turn into a very busy time, but also on very different schedules. And that is why, as we get set for this women's race, there are some different storylines to pay attention to. Obviously, you have the athletes who have finished. You have athletes who are preparing for the rest. In lane 1, it's going to be Breonna Taylor for Lynchburg, the freshman who has put together a stellar campaign. Naomi Rhodes for Longwood in 2. Makai Falkway for UVA in 3. An 11:63 personal best for the Austin, Texas native. And a little bit of history. Her mother, Carlette, competed for the Texas Longhorns and is a 2-time Olympic gold medalist in the 4x1. 12 NCAA titles and a Southwest Conference Athlete of the Decade award. So when you have that in the family, typically things are setting up perfectly. Sarah Akpan for UVA is in 4, an 11:29 personal best for the 2023 ACC Outdoor Champion with the 4x1 team. This is a UVA team that has obviously brought in some sprints talent. You see a lot of athletes on the roster right now holding program records. We'll see if that trend continues. Lane 5, Antoinette Padilla running unattached. Comes into this one seated at 11:59. And to her right is Kayla Swift of UVA in 6. Rachel Zimmer for Longwood in 7. Riley Turner for Lynchburg in 8. A pair of podium finishes in the ODAC championships at the individual level throughout her career. Full house for Section 1. Watch the Who's in the middle lane. So far, a good start for Akpan. Joined by her side by Falkway. 1 and 2. It's a question of who gets there first, and Falkway by a hair looks to get there. We'll wait for the official time, but that could bode well. An 11:86 mark. 91 for Akpan and Rhodes, 12:43. So consistency at the front. Obviously, when you look at the personal best, it might be a little ways off, but to get there and know your teammates are by your side will certainly help. It is a cooler day for sprints early on. We've seen temperatures around in the 60s for this evening, and what's so interesting is that helps the distance races, but how many times are you going to see that during May here at Jack M. Tom's track? It has been a very warm season. We have seen some of these events that are up in the 80s. Let's get set for the second section here on the women's side. Section 2 of 3. It's Rikia Mitchell Hairston for Longwood in 2. Jennifer Kamanji, the VMI transfer for Lynchburg in 3. Victoria Higgins runs unattached in 4. Jessica Franklin for Hagerstown in 5. Jessica Taylor for Randolph in 6. And Mia Corrigan runs unattached in 7. Higgins, a South County High School product, has committed to run at the Ohio State University. 12:47 mark. Jessica Franklin just a hair behind. 100th of a second separates those two in the middle lanes. Lane 4 vacant. So Jessica Franklin will enter as the high seed. Stand up and get set again. Gives us a moment to read our sprint schedule to start the meet. Coming up, it's the men's 110-meter hurdles, followed by the women's 100-meter hurdles. The 400 dash comes directly after, and the 200-meter dash concludes the sprint slate, all within the opening hour of action here at the Hill City Twilight. Rest of the way, it's all distance, very quick meet, and some very fast times to come from it. Maybe the most entertaining few hours we've seen of the season. We have had some great moments here in Lynchburg. Section 2 up and away. As we mentioned, Jessica Franklin going to try to soar to the front. Mitchell Hairston in 2, making this one tight as they're ready to lean at the line. Going to be very tight and looks like a nice few steps from Franklin to get there. She goes 12:76. Mitchell Harrison finishing in second, and Jessica Taylor 13:11 to round out the top 3. Of course, Taylor representing Randolph right across town.
One final section to go here in the women's 100. Lane 2, it'll be Caitlin Oaks of Longwood. 3, Hannah Schmeeke of Lynchburg. 4, it'll be
One more section.
Longwood. And 5, Taisha Spencer.
Caitlin Oaks for Longwood in 2. Hannah Schmeeke for Lynchburg in 3. Kaylin Hill enters as the high seed, 1298 for Longwood in 4. Taisha Spencer for Sweetbriar in 5. Jada Fife for Longwood in 6. And Shania Owens for Randolph in 7. Very quick event and the 100-meter dash. You're going to see a similar trend continue into the hurdles. Just one section on the men's side, one section for the women, and 7 total athletes expected to toe the line. Later this evening, it is going to be very much an event we will remember, and it has gone back to the last few years. The number of facility records and program records in the distance events in Hill City has just been astonishing. Virginia Tech, UVA, William & Mary, several other strong distance programs. Final heat of the 100, and it is tight so far through the first 50. Few quick steps from Spencer to get to the front. To her side is Kaylin Hill, and Spencer will win the final section. 13:09 the time, and Kaylin Hill second with 13:24. Oaks rounds out the podium in 13:48. Well, just because it's a small meet doesn't mean that it's one that will feature field events. We have several results coming in. Obviously, we are focused on the track side, but want to go ahead and recognize some of the marks we've seen that started early today. 1 p.m. was the start time for the men's discus. Josiah Gomez goes unattached and has 51.88 for the mark and the win. Dylan Luke competes unattached for 39.83. Maddox Knoll from Washington and Lee goes 39.75 for third. Women's side, Abby Mickelay, a very familiar name on the Bridgewater throwing squad, wins at 42.02 in the women's discus. Kenzie Swicegood goes 36.38 for second. Haley Smith, third, 35.09, and a spectacular campaign for the freshman who won an ODAC title last weekend. We'll save some other results for later on in the meet. Blue Ridge Timing has all of your meet information as we get set for some of the races later on. Right now, the hurdle crew doing their due diligence to set all of the hurdles up at the right marks to the right heights. And although it is not a very crowded scene here in Lynchburg yet, it will continue to pile on at Schellenberger Field. Several meets going on in Lynchburg here throughout this next week. Liberty hosting their Twilight event next Wednesday. And all of a sudden, it is quickly graduation season here in the Hill City for a lot of the schools around in the area. And it has been a running city that has continued to improve and evolve. What's so special is you're seeing these schools that come back to this event year after year, and you understand the level of competition that it has boasted. So see some of the Lynchburg athletes, they're finishing up, or getting ready. There's a look at Riley Turner, who is competing on Jack M. Tom's track for a final time here in Lynchburg Threads, at least for this senior campaign. The Hornets throughout the season, another historic campaign. You look at the numbers, you look at the consistency, you wouldn't know it's any different from the past, but it is certainly different when you look at the coaching staff. Mario Wilson, the new director of track and field, see some of the big-time performances, and it has just continued in the same trajectory as what Jim Sprecher and Jake Reed established in previous years. There's the look at Coach Wilson, previously coached at the University of Virginia, who is here today. You'll see them in a lot of the distance events later on, and maybe one of the biggest events of the day is going to be the men's 1500. UVA has a guy named Gary Martin who has been in the top 5 of the NCAA Division I championships. He will have a big-time battle on the way with George Cootie of Virginia Tech going neck and neck. We have seen an NCAA record fall earlier in the year. Simeon Birnbaum of Oregon setting that in late April. Might we see another one tonight here in Lynchburg? What a spectacular scene that would be. Got to feel like those two will be going after it. Still plenty of time until we get there, though, as that men's 1500 invite that we just alluded to isn't set for liftoff until 7:20 later this evening, about 3 hours away. Hurdles are all lined up. Looks like the projected 4 athletes on the men's side will be getting ready for takeoff. 2 for Lynchburg, Longwood Lancer and Zach Seidel, and Johan Ahrens for Randolph. We'll wait for a moment until the starter is set. You don't exactly have the luxury of time throughout the outdoor season to get ready for the 110 hurdles, and it is so different from what you see during the indoor season. You go through the 60 hurdles, you train, it's a shorter, quicker race, so dependent on the start. All of a sudden, have a few extra hurdles to get over. Endurance certainly tested early on. Hurdles just about ready, and there's potential that we might just see one athlete towing the line. Wait to see. Looks like we'll have more than one, as Johan Ahrens has made his way to the starting line. So let's go ahead and set the scene. Projected start list for this race featured Michael Leach of Lynchburg and Tavion Steele of Lynchburg, 2 hurdlers who have performed consistently throughout the year. Michael Leach, of course, 5th at the NCAA Indoor Championships in the heptathlon. He has continued to bolster his skill sets in several events. And Tavion Steele has really done well to keep that consistency in the hurdle events as well and revive his career after transferring from Ferrum. But for now, it looks like it's down to Johan Ahrens of Randolph and Zach Seidel of Longwood. Beg your pardon, it is actually Tavion Steele down there. So Steele taking on Ahrens. We'll do our best to set the scene. So good thing we gave him the description, because he will be in a dogfight. Battle of crosstown opponents. Steele 4th in the final at the ODAC Championships. Started the season with a 15:48, and he knocked 3/4 of a second off his PR throughout the season. Steele in 5, Ahrens in 6. The lone heat of the men's 110-meter hurdles. Gun fires, and here we go. Good form off the starting line. And right away, Tavion Steele down to business. The form that has continued to evolve throughout the season. 1 hurdle to go, and clean sailing all the way through. He'll go 15:13. Ahrens with a 16:13 mark. Second disparity as we'll move the hurdles up and get ready for the women's 100-meter hurdles. So Steele a little bit off that personal best. Obviously late in the season, sometimes heavy legs can start to impact the picture as you get ready for the postseason, and a lot of these athletes maybe not going this deep before. Will be interesting to see how that impacts things down the way as many Hornets compete for a final time this season. Take a quick second as we get ready for the women's race here at Jack M. Tom's track.
take a look at our start list for the women's 100-meter hurdles. 3 ladies in this one heat. Lane 3 will be Naomi Rhodes of Longwood. Running lane 4, Maya Rollins of Virginia. She was the ACC championship.
Welcome back here at the Hill City, getting ready for the women's 100-meter hurdles. Just seconds away, and it looks like it's a pair of Cavaliers from the University of Virginia ready to roll. Maya Rollins and Ava Rice. For Rollins, it's 13:29 personal best. Ann Arbor, Michigan product. She's 5th in the 60 hurdles at the ACC Indoor Championships. Ran 13:65 last time out. And then Ava Rice, 13:77 personal best, has only competed in the 100 hurdles in each of the past 3 meets. 10-time All-State selection at Battlefield High School. Stayed in state to compete for UVA. We'll see what happens here in this only heat of the women's 100-meter hurdles. Rollins and Rice side by side. Good starts for both as Rollins takes a few steps ahead. Smooth sailing through the middle hurdles and now ready to dip at the line. That is a fantastic run. Wait for the official time. It's 13:32. Rice goes 13:99. Both dip under 14 seconds. Exactly where you want to be, and Rollins 13:29 personal best, not too far off of that. So one race, it'll be time to get the hurdles off. Obviously, it's still nice to have a few athletes competing in all of these sprint events throughout the day, especially at a high level like that. On the women's side, 13:36 was the facility record here in Lynchburg. That was set by India Cartwright back in 2023, who ran unattached. That was a new D1 number 51 for Rollins and a new facility record by just a few hundredths of a second. So despite doing it quietly in a section with just 2 athletes, facility marks are facility marks. That will go down as a big one for Maya Rollins. We'll get ready for our next event of the day. Coming up, the men's 400. Just minutes away, and a field that will feature 2 sections. Let's go ahead and get you set for the first heat. Just moments away as the blocks go out onto the track. Jacob Childs for Longwood will be in 1, with Anders Feltz for Virginia in 2. Aiden Stewart for Longwood in 3. Someone we've seen throughout the season for the Lancers at this event, or rather at events here at the University of Lynchburg, and his mark coming into this one, a 47.61 personal best at 3 top 10 finishes at the Big South Outdoor Championships last year. Lane 4, Elijah Sherrard, ready to roll. We'll see if he's in attendance, as right now some vacant lanes in the starting positions. Sherrard, actually the son of Liberty women's basketball coach Alexis Sherrard. He was the 2025 CUSA freshman of the meet in last year's conference championships. Running in lane 5 will be Evans White IV. We've seen him here in Lynchburg before. The Alexandria, Virginia product, 46.67 personal best. Before his last time out at the UVA Challenge, he hadn't competed since January 17th. So a lot of these athletes recovering from injury, trying to get back. Same story for Sherrard, perhaps the reason why he might not be on the starting line to get things set. We'll keep an eye to see where everyone files in and what could be a very quick event. Rest of the first section is Samuel Rodman of Virginia in 6. Gage goes for UVA in 7, and Justin Good for Longwood in 8. Samuel Rodman, transfer from Princeton, 4-time Ivy League 800-meter champ, going down in distance this time. He competed at 5 NCAA championship events for the Tigers. So we'll see what happens in a race like this with a lot of UVA orange in the starting blocks. Already saw a facility record by a few hundredths in that 100-meter hurdles. Mark to beat here in this men's 400, 46-44 from back in 2007. One of the marks that has stayed on the board for quite some time. We've seen, particularly in the distance events, several jumping events, facility records haven't lasted long. That is one that is almost 20 years old. So 46-44, the facility record. We see athletes low in that 46-second range if they're on their A game, particularly Elijah Sherrard of Liberty had dropped that mark before. Evans White, the next candidate, 46-67 PR. Member of that UVA 4x4 team that punched a program record back in 2025. If you're just tuning in, Blue Ridge Timing has all your meet information and results throughout the day. Competition only going to get hotter as the evening progresses and temperatures cool down. You feel like the atmosphere is going to be ready to explode. More and more athletes making their way onto the turf and onto the track here at the University of Lynchburg. The season finale for meets here around Jack M. Tom's track go all the way back into March. For the Jack Tom's Invitational, it was followed up by the Dennis Craddock Coaches Classic. White in lane 5, Aiden Stewart in lane 3. Two men to watch in this section. Two heats of the men's 400. Watch this one get out hot. Evans White already on his way in lane 5, making up the stagger quickly on several of his teammates on the outside.
Evans White, the fourth of Virginia.
Top 10 in program history for the Cavaliers, already showing why. Aiden Stewart isn't too far out of the picture for the Lancers out in the inside lane. They're just inside 22 seconds through 200. Evans White, the fourth.
Stewart of Longwood running well in 3.
Trying to hold on into the final 100 meters. Aiden Stewart going to be right there in 3. Still 3 athletes in the mix. Now Stewart, a few quick steps into the final 50. Might come down to the line. Furious surge on the inside from Anders Feltz. 48.01. And a fantastic final 100 meters. Aiden Stewart ousted at the line. He goes 48.09. Samuel Rodman able to sneak into the top 3, 48.63 by a thousandth over his teammate Evans White, who had a great start to this race, just didn't have the endurance down the stretch. 48.01 for the section victory. Some more local opponents in the second heat. It's Benjamin Bublitz of Randolph in 2. Nate Towns of Hagerstown in 3. Kyle Kurtz of Randolph 4. Landon Petcher of Randolph 5. Noah Duffy for the hometown Lynchburg Hornets in 6. Chase Bernhardt for Hagerstown in 7. Obviously, as a community college, you see a lot of local talent from the Maryland area competing for the Hawkeyes today. Haven't seen them at some of these previous events, so always nice to welcome in new faces. And Hagerstown competing heavily in some of those 100, 200, and 400 events. Next up is the men's and women's 200-meter dash. Women's 400 will have 2 sections as well, and a little bit of a rematch from last week's ODAC championships coming up shortly in that fast section. Jesma Evans and Caitlin Ruiz going to battle it out. Ready for section 2 here on the men's side. Comes down to the final 5 meters sometimes to decide it. That was the case in the fast heat. Anders Feltz, the victor. Up and away, good start from Noah Duffy on the outside. Obviously very familiar with conference opponents by this point of the season. Conference championships have wrapped up. This is an extra bonus level for some of these athletes trying to post some top times. Kyle Kurtz for Randolph, looking the part so far, about 23.5 through 200. Joined by Bublitz, or rather Petcher, 4 and 5. Let's see who has the firepower down into the final 100. Kyle Kurtz. Few strides ahead. Can he hold on into the final 50? Impressive performance, working his way to the line. A pair of Wildcat teammates sitting first and second. Kurtz 51-54. Petcher goes 51-69. Both of them under 52. Randolph, a team that is regenerating its 400 crew. A team that had year after year dominated those 4x4 relays. Roanoke has really emerged as one of the better 400 squads in the nation here on the men's side this season. Looking at so many of these athletes that could be competing at the NCAA championships. Of course, if this is a foreign language to you, that is within the Old Dominion Athletic Conference at the Division III level. Mentioned we have some D1 opponents in the building tonight, but this upcoming 400 on the women's side, the fast section, another rematch of last weekend's women's 400. Perhaps the best 400 field in the nation for our conference championships. That's the reason you see all 3 of them in their blocks, back and ready to go. Caitlin Ruiz, Jesma Evans, and Jessica Taylor. Jessica Taylor, of course, has just shattered the record book for Randolph in past seasons. Still a relatively young program, but what she has been able to accomplish at the 400, 200, and below has just been sensational. Also competes for the Wildcats cross-country team. Caitlin Ruiz starting in lane 3. 56.41 personal best last weekend for second place behind Jesma Evans, who will be to her outside. Evans, 2-time NCAA qualifier in the indoor season. Didn't compete last outdoor postseason, and you know the aspiration is going back to the championships. Katie Ruiz for Lynchburg split a sub-56 for the Hornets 4x4 team earlier in the year. That was a program record right here at Jack M. Tom's track, 350 performance. For the group of 4, you expect to see them run it at least one more time to try and get that time to dwindle down into national qualifying standards. You know about Jesma Evans, a 4-time conference champ. Wearing Generals blue out in lane 5. 56.11 personal best. – 56.11 personal best. 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 56. Will it live up to the expectation? Jesma Evans off and firing in 5. The question is, can the pair of Hill City residents stick with her? So far, so good for Evans on the outside. Some instructions being shouted from Coach Mario Wilson for Lynchburg. No problem so far, through in 25. Don't you feel the urgency at this stage of the season trying to post national marks? Jesma Evans on a great trajectory, a 56 PR, and she was through way quicker. Now down to the final 100. Wasn't touched at the conference championships. It's looking like a similar story. Evans trying to hold on. Katie Ruiz, a tight fight for second. Just over 56 seconds. It'll be 56:42 for Jesma Evans. 57:01 for Ruiz. And as you see on your screen, it turns out Madeline Lewis for William & Mary goes 57:49. So Evans a 56:11 personal best. You understand that qualifying for the national championships at an event like this where it can get crowded very quickly, such a tough endeavor.
In 4, Erin Armistead of Lynchburg. 5 will be Samaria Little of Lynchburg. In 6, Haley Matthews of Southern Virginia. And in lane 7, Ashley Utley of Sweetbriar.
For Jesma Evans, who does win the event, she's posted top 3 finishes in now 7 consecutive events. That model of consistency, something you're used to seeing for Washington and Lee. Next section and final section of the women's 400. Shania Owens for Randolph in 2. Jessica Franklin for Hagerstown in 3. Erin Armistead and Samaria Little in 4 and 5 for Lynchburg. Haley Matthews of Southern Virginia in 6. And Ajale Utley for Sweetbriar in 7. Up and away we go. We'll see if the pair of Hornets as the high seeds can deliver on the expectations. So many youngsters in the mix for a Lynchburg team that has continued to grow. Samaria Little and Erin Armistead, pieces of the blueprint. Armistead, some quick steps on that back straightaway to slingshot into the lead. She's through 200 at about 28 seconds, maybe a little bit over. End of the curve, and might we see 2 quickly separating races here in the 400. Armistead will try to hold on in the final straightaway. Samaria Little sitting second. Lynchburg a chance to complete 1-2. Armistead's going to be a few notches over the 60-second mark. 101.41 for the victory. There's a look at your times. Big thanks to Blue Ridge Timing, as we said earlier, for all the updates and splits throughout the event. Women's 400 concludes. The 200-meter dash is all we have left on this sprint side, and then we will get set for a loaded field of distance events for the night. If you're just tuning in, the Hill City Twilight, a new event within the past few years here at the University of Lynchburg, and it really is focused on some last chance marks on the Division III side. You see a lot of athletes locally who either want to continue their season for one more meet or maybe continue it all the way till the end of May at the National Championships, doing what they can to keep fitness where it's at, and obviously there's just a little bit more left for some of these D1 athletes ready for the conference championships in the upcoming weeks. Some information on local opponents. Liberty will be ready to compete in the CUSA championships this year at Middle Tennessee State. So not too far of a travel. We've seen them go all the way into different time zones in the past. And D1 competition diversifying more and more every year in terms of where you're competing and who you're competing against. Men's 200-meter dash will have 3 sections as we get ready for everyone to make their way onto the track. The blocks cart shuffling around the turf, and that'll give us a moment to talk about some earlier field events. Already touched on the discus. Let's go into the men's javelin. Dylan Luke competes unattached for the victory, throws 57.5 meters. Troy Spillman for WNL goes second. Ezekiel Mullins for Washington and Lee in third. So 2 generals on the board in that department. In the women's javelin, there were 5 athletes. 4 belong to Lynchburg, and one of them gets the victory. Haley Smith, 37.80 meter throw. Jelaine Hall competes unattached for second, and Morgan Jenkins for Lynchburg in third. Throwing events here at these home track meets for Lynchburg are down the hill at the campus entrance. Go down to Moon Field and you can catch some throwing events. Obviously, we try to get as much as we can on your screen in what is always an exciting day. But there have been throwing events throughout the season that have just shuffled the agenda for this Lynchburg team. They knew what was possible in the past, but it seems to get better and better. It's a coaching staff that has strived to just get new numbers and almost flipped on its head from last year where it was a heavy men's squad, only a couple women's throwers. Well, this year it is a huge women's squad that has produced several points at the conference championship levels, seeing marks that are continuing to grow. And Haley Smith, as we said, one of the newcomers who has had a fantastic few weeks. She wins the women's javelin today. She won an event at the conference championships a week ago. Right now, men's hammer throw is in competition. We'll try and keep you updated on all the field events going on. The high jump in the D zone also an area of interest for Lynchburg, with Jamarcus Brown and Lamont Victoria tying for the best mark in Division III. Victoria, who finished second at the indoor championships, had a chance to win it and just couldn't clear the bar, a height that he had already cleared earlier in the season. I believe it was just inside 7 feet. Now, if you're that invested in Lynchburg, paying attention to the NCAA championships, well, safe to say it's going to be another fun outdoor slate, and Lamont Victoria perhaps not finished yet. One more postseason with the Hornets in his senior season. And a very good spot for qualifying marks. As we get ready for the men's 200, the fast section on the way. Ralph Peshin for Hagerstown in 1, with Michael Ham competing unattached in 2. Al's Odin Desir for Hagerstown 3, with Jacob Garnett for UVA in 4. Garnett, the Midlothian, Virginia native, 11:24 last time out in the 100-meter dash at the UVA Challenge. He's run 21:13 as his personal best in the 2. Lane 5 is Deontay Blake of Hagerstown. Lane 6, Jaden Fodrell for Longwood. Lander Jackson for Randolph 7. Connor Zachariason for Longwood in 8. Off and running. See if Garnett can get it done for the Hoos in the middle lanes, as the Hawkeyes have a pair rolling around, and Jacob Garnett is out of this race, holding his hamstring for the moment. It's going to come down to Al's Desir and Blake. Michael Ham in lane 2 going to make this one interesting. 3-man race to the finish line. Deontay Blake goes 21:47.
For Blake, Desir goes 21:51.
So just slightly behind is Alzoden Desir. Unfortunate for Garnett. As we mentioned, only racing that 200 and a little bit of a cooler day here in the Hill City. You want to do what you can to protect the body, especially going into the postseason. We'll see if he is all right for the upcoming meets for the Who's.
It's going to be Trenton Tucker of Lynchburg. 3 will be Savion Thomas of Randolph. In 4, Christopher Kirksey running unattached. 5 will be Isaiah Davis of Lynchburg. And in lane 6, David Mayfield of Lynchburg.
Going into the second section, Trenton Tucker of Lynchburg in 2, Savion Thomas of Randolph 3, Christopher Kirksey competing unattached in 4, Isaiah Davis for Lynchburg 5, and David Mayfield for Lynchburg in 6. Mentioned some coaches competing in these events. Well, Kirksey is from Randolph, right across town, the grad assistant for the track and field program. We're seeing lots of opportunities to race, and sometimes when it's a smaller event like this, it's always fun to get out there, continue competing, as we saw Michael Ham wasn't too far removed from his days of collegiate racing. Shortly after the men's side, we'll have the women's 200, and that will wrap up the sprints here at the Hill City Twilight. Ready to roll in the second section. One more to go. Off and away, trio of Hornets making their way around the track. Kirksey in the middle. Going to let that speed bleed into the final straightaway, and he is still a few strides ahead. Mayfield and Davis surging on the outside lane. It's going to be another tight finish, but Kirksey gets there first. He will finish 22:65 for the second Section 2 win. Has to feel fun in another scrimmage between Hill City competitors. One more heat here on the men's side. Chase Bernard of Hagerstown in 3, Caleb Long in 4, and Nate Towns in 5, all for the Hawkeyes. Johan Ahrens for Randolph in 6. 3 heats on the women's side as well, and if you've been paying attention throughout the entire meet, these are a lot of the names that you heard for that 100-meter dash not too long ago, so athletes getting used to having that quick turnaround, not a lot of time for recovering. You see that for some of them, the conference championship level, compete in 4 or 5 events. It's a pair making their way around the track. Caleb Long for Hagerstown on his way, soaring to the front from the gun. He's going to be just over 22 seconds, maybe around that 23-second mark. So he was 23:08. So Long will finish first. Ahrens in second. That concludes the men's side. Lots of speed in the women's race. The fast section, Jessica Franklin for Hagerstown will be in 1. Antoinette Padilla runs unattached in 2. Lane 3, Maddie Merritt for Liberty with Sarah Akpan for UVA in 4. 23:09 personal best. And she placed 13th at the ACC Indoor Championships and prelims. Kai Falkway, saw her earlier today, a solid performance in that 100-meter dash. She will try to translate it here into the 2 with Victoria Higgins running unattached in 6th, Riley Turner in 7, and Rachel Zimmer for Longwood in 8.
She's number 2 all-time at Virginia in this event. 5, it'll be Makai Falkway of Virginia, just won the 100 a few minutes ago. 6 will be Victoria Higgins running unattached. 7 will be Riley.
You heard from our PA announcer Daniel Cutright. He's covered lots of UVA track events throughout the years. Akpan is second in program history for UVA, and a team that, as we said, already has a lot of program record holders, top 10 marks represented on the roster. Facility record 23:87. Might we see that one get shattered? Underway, Akpan and Falkway right to the front for the Cavaliers. Is there a fight from Maddie Merritt in lane 3 as well? The UVA duo up front for the moment. Akpan ready to surge into the final 50. Falkway right there as well. Going to come down to the 100ths as they make their way to the line. 24:01. Akpan goes 24:11. Maddie Merritt 24:56. So Falkway a stellar day in the 100 and the 200. Riley Turner goes 25:06. Mentioned not a lot of time to recover after that 100-meter dash, and in a field like that one, full house in a quick section, that was just enough. So Falkway completes the double in the 1 and the 2.
Lane 2 is going to be Caitlin Hill of Longwood. 3 will be Mason Jenkins of Longwood. In 4, Jennifer Kamanji of Lynchburg. 5 will be Rakaya Mitchell-Hairston of Longwood.
Kaylin Hill for Longwood will be in lane 2 with Mason Jenkins in 3. Jennifer Kamanji of Lynchburg in 4 with Rikia Mitchell-Hairston of Longwood in 5. Mia Corrigan runs unattached in 6. Madeline Boyce for Lynchburg in 7. So Riley Turner set a personal best. We'll see if there are perhaps 2 more for the hometown Hornets. Penultimate section here in the 200-meter dash. Off and away, Madeline Boyce on the far outside for the Hornets. Battle right in the middle of the track for the Lancers. Mitchell-Harrison, a few footsteps ahead of Corrigan. 1 and 2 in the middle lanes. And Mitchell-Harrison will have no problem just over the 26-second mark. 26:46. One more heat, 5 athletes competing. Start on the opposite side of the track. It's Ajale Utley for Sweetbriar in 2. Caitlin Oakes for Longwood in 3. Tayaja Spencer for Sweetbriar in 4. Jada Fife of Longwood in 5. And Tiana Ayers of Randolph in 6.
In lane number 2 to be Ashley Utley of Sweetbriar. 3 will be Caitlin Oakes of Longwood. In 4, Taisha Spencer of Sweetbriar. 5 will be Jada Fife of Longwood. And in lane 6, Tiana Ayers of Randolph.
Distance events slated to begin at 5:16, so it'll be about 5 minutes between the conclusion of sprint events and the start on the distance side. Just about perfect timing to set the scene. Most of the open events happening first. We'll have the invitationals a little bit later on. Plenty to advertise. Sections that will feature a lot of talent. Has been at the NCAA championships level. Third heat, all 5 athletes on their way. Jada Fife of Longwood, a good start on the outside, joined by Spencer right in the middle. Now Spencer left alone up front. Power into the final 100 meters, and she has left the crowd. Going to be right around that 27-second mark. We'll see if she dipped inside. She did, just narrowly, 26.98. Oaks finishes in second. Jada Fife completes the top 3. Take a second and get you ready for the distance races here at the University of Lynchburg. Hill City Twilight, 1,500 on the way.
Every great idea begins with a sketch, a doodle on a napkin, a quiet spark of change before the world even knows it's listening. Sometimes with faith, sometimes with fire, sometimes with nothing but each other and a box of
It's in our DNA. Making a difference, being real, innovative, and strong wherever you are. Creating change. You believe the world can be better. We all can be better. And here is where we start making it happen. Fostering belonging. No matter who you are, here, you're home. Achieving excellence. From the classroom to the court, we don't settle. Neither should you. Lynchburg, it's in our DNA. Today, tomorrow, always.
A trademark of this place is self-expression. Not forced, not filtered, not a facade. We don't shape students into copies. We help you find your own voice.
This is awesome. Like, not just for your career benefit, but also personal benefit. I mean, you can learn how to invest your own money. And you can learn how to do it here.
They get the hands-on experience, direct interaction with brokers, and they are learning all the different classifications of investing firsthand.
Kind of regardless of your background or skill set, there's a place for you, and you're going to want to make some money.
Your calling is beyond the classroom, far beyond. This is where you feel at home, where you feel connected. And this is the place where you'll answer that call. Here, you'll learn to lead the way in the industry you love, so your calling and connection become your profession. The Equestrian Sport Management major at the University of Lynchburg. Accepting applications now.
In this hive, everybody has a place. Everybody has a purpose. Everybody is a part of the swarm. We are engineers of empathy, architects of tomorrow, and storytellers of today. We're not waiting to change the world. We already doing it.
It's in our DNA. Making a difference, being real, innovative, and strong wherever you are. Creating change. You believe the world can be better. We all can be better. And here is where we start making it happen. Fostering belonging. No matter who you are, here, you're home. Achieving excellence. From the classroom to the court, we don't settle. Neither should you. Lynchburg, it's in our DNA. Today, tomorrow, always.
Here in Lynchburg, the cage birds don't just sing, they soar. Because at Lynchburg, they were finally seen. A trademark of this place is self-expression. Not forced, not filtered, not a facade. We don't shape students into copies. We help you find your own voice, unapologetically, authentically. Because to be a Hornet is to think differently.
It's in our DNA. Making a difference. Creating change. Fostering belonging. Achieving excellence.
Welcome back to the Hill City Twilight. My name is Evan Gates, spending this Saturday evening with you. We got this meet pushed back a day. Lacrosse postseason in full effect. Feels festive for a Saturday night to have some of these better performances of the season happening right now in the Hill City. We have concluded the sprint slate, on the way officially to our distance races and a very unconventional schedule compared to what we have seen in the past. It will be Section 2 that begins the 1500. So a lot of those top sections will actually happen later, but to even wrinkle the picture more, it's the open sections followed by the invites later on. So it will start with the women's 1500 open section 2. Obviously, this is not too far out of the picture if you've seen some distance meets throughout the nation and other places. But we will go ahead and set the scene for at least what we anticipate will be the first section of 1500s. It's going to be headlined by Bailey Red Armstrong, someone for Southern Virginia who has qualified for the NCAA championships. In the indoor season, she placed 16th with a 4:56 mile, second team All-American performance. She was the first night under the 17-minute mark in the 5K in program history. So the Utah native has really put together a stellar start to her career. She's going to have company to her side, Kelly Ann Sutterfield for William and Mary with a 4:30 personal best. Uncle Mitchell wrestled for the green and gold, so a little bit of a connection for the William and Mary product. Rainey Mayo will be on her outside as well. Liberty product who comes into this one and has put together stellar performances in the past. Abby Lane, Veronica Nada of William and Mary. Abby Winter runs unattached. Samantha Boland for Longwood. Meredith Barber runs unattached. And Emma Halam for Southern Virginia. So right away, Bailey Red Armstrong off into the lead in the 1500, as we have talked about time and time again throughout the season. It starts on the far side of the track. So extra time to have that separation on the straightaway, and that's what Bailey Red Armstrong has used to propel herself to the front. Sutterfield right behind, so the top two seeds and the positions you would expect. For Bailey Red Armstrong, what a talented 365 days she's put together, and it just feels like the progression has been incredible. Goes through the 400 at 111. Be looking just inside 430 pace, and the personal best, 4:35, so out hot. And you can see it on your screen, an extreme gap between the chase pack and the leader. Kind of feel like at this point of the season, heading towards the NCAA championships, it's all about trying to push and set that mark to qualify. Still in first and looking to use the momentum from 3 conference titles in the USA South. Through in 2:05 with 800 to go.
Sutterfield and Znasia of William and Mary running 2-3.
Kellyanne Sutterfield, Veronica Znajda of William and Mary second and third. What's so interesting is the way that teammates start to attack this race. It is a very quick race, but it feels like at some point or another, the pack starts to split up. Perhaps William and Mary ready to start making their moves as Bailey Red Armstrong has been left alone from coast to coast. Going against the clock, personal best is at 4:35. Still seems like she has a little bit left in the tank for Sutterfield behind. Gonna have to be a ferocious move. 4:30 personal best. We'll see what Bailey Red Armstrong can put together if she can hold the position. Starting to slow down a little bit into the final lap. Three athletes for William & Mary making the chase. Sutterfield wasting no time on that back straightaway, ready to make a move. 9th in the mile at the CAA Indoor Championships. Bailey Red Armstrong now just going to try to hold on. 200 meters left, 3:56 on the clock. What an impressive performance this would be. Sutterfield patient through the start of this race. Now on her way into the final 100 meters. Waits until the final lap. Had an individual victory earlier in the season. She's on her way to a Section 2 victory. If she can fend off the charge from Bailey Red Armstrong, she will do so. 4:30 personal best for Red Armstrong as well by 4 seconds to go 4:31. Overall, you know the conditions are perfect for distance racing tonight, and maybe that is just the table setter. It's Bailey Red Armstrong now sets 20th in the nation with that performance. That would be good to qualify, but just narrowly as the top 22 move on for Division III. Now we go to Section 2 on the men's side. So we mentioned a little bit of an unconventional start. We'll go back to the top heats in our Open 1500s. So to get us ready, that's Josh Gray competing unattached. It's the high seed, a few seeds under that 4-minute mark in this section. Gray 3:58.26 runs for Richmond. This time he's competing unattached, but he was 4:02 last time out for the Spiders. Andrew Hathaway for Longwood right behind. See if he can make this one interesting. The 3:57 PR. He's recorded 3 PRs between his past 4 events. A little bit of extra luck going on for the Lancers. Rest of the field, Tyler Ludke for East Coast Elite. Draven Fernandez for Lynchburg. Carson Rackley for William & Mary. Cole Dawson for, or rather competing unattached. Sebastian Nowicki, Caden Stoner, and Chase Cartwright for UVA Club. Colt Morris runs unattached. Alex Paciello out there for Lynchburg. 4 athletes for Roanoke: Seth Perry, Aaron Massey, Parker Blosser, and Samuel Brasler. Saw several of them. The ODAC championships last week, the Maroons finished second on the men's side for the team standings. Major improvement from the indoor season where they fell out of the top 3. No surprises so far as Hathaway moves to the front. Longwood, consistent performances here at the University of Lynchburg throughout the year, so Hathaway is no stranger. Very tight pack. We'll see if the Maroons of Roanoke try to wrinkle the picture sooner rather than later. Some extra movement on that outside. Don't forget Josh Gray, as we said, who has competed for Richmond. Could be right there in the mix. He's raced 3 times for the Spiders throughout the outdoor season, so even though he is competing unattached, healthy body of work behind it. Still anybody's game right now. The section belongs to Sebastian Nowicki. Hip number 7. Perhaps a little bit of a surprise to be leading this one with 800 to go. See if he has the strength into the final 2 laps. Obviously, it can be so difficult to gauge pace in a 1500 where a few seconds can be decided by just 1 or 2 moves. You wait behind the leader, and just that one decision could sacrifice a personal best. See what's in store going into the final 600. Nowicki and Stoner led it going into the final 2 laps, and now it is a completely different picture. Watch out for Tyler Leckie and Colton Morris. Extra separation into the bell lap. Stoner in the lead. 2:55 with 400 left. Leckie and Aaron Massey of Roanoke sitting second and third. Acceleration for the top athletes. You see even the chase pack perhaps adding some extra competition. Well, Stoner hold on in the front. Just 200 meters to find the answer. Leckie and Massey have sat second and third for a long time. And here comes Massey on the outside in the final 150. Or rather, it will be Nowicki coming back for UVA. Holding on in lane 2, and he will move closer to the rail to get the victory. 3:57. So many white jerseys out there. We thought perhaps it would have been Massey who had the charge down the stretch. Instead, it's a pair for UVA club, Sebastian Nowicki and Caden Stoner, who finished first and second. So now we'll move on to the third section of the men's 1500. Following that one, we will get set for some of the top heats in the Open. If you're just joining us, the Invitational later on, it will be intriguing to see 2 of Division I's best on the big stage. Gary Martin and George Cootie for UVA and Virginia Tech, respectively. We'll see if there are any records in the books. 2 teams that have been fully capable of putting together stellar distance squads at the national level. Go back to where Virginia Tech in the indoor season was 3rd in the men's DMR. Race won by Northern Arizona, and a connection right back here to Lynchburg. Tor Hotung Davidson, member of that squad that won the Division I title. Next heat of the men's 1500. Joey John for Lynchburg. Going to start on the inside. He'll be joined by Sammy Eastwood and Leif Goose of East Coast Elite. Sean Arjona of Longwood. Cademan Campbell and Levi Fletcher run unattached with Andrew Mast. Lincoln Steele for East Coast Elite. Edward Caroma for Randolph. Will Campbell of Hagerstown. Blake McFlung for East Coast Elite with Daniel Duarte of Longwood. Jonathan Barreto Luna for Hagerstown with Shondor Emerson for Hagerstown. Trenton Cash for East Coast Elite rounds out the 16. No time wasted for Edward Caroma out in the lead for the Wildcats. Joey John on an island right behind, and then the rest of the chase pack. Very interesting opening 300. Caroma not wasting any time through the first three, just under 48 seconds. Joey John, one of the Lynchburg distance products that has perhaps had one of the most impressive seasons for that entire team. Roanoke native. The progression at the 800 level has just been spectacular. Someone who emerged from obviously a team that was the deepest in the 800. Proved it with 5 in the top 8 at the ODAC Championships, and Joey John finishing 6th individually. Caroma still in front. John in second, and now the battle for third materializing. Cademan Campbell right there for the Pacers. See a lot of those unattached athletes for the homeschool squad in town. Caroma started out hot. You could tell that pace starting to dwindle down. 156 into the final 800. We'll see if Joey John makes a move on the curve, as this one has started to slow down considerably up front. What could turn into a traffic jam if everyone waits to make moves on that back straightaway. Now Joey John accelerating in front, has company to his right. See if Cademan Campbell tries to tuck inside going into the curve. Not a lot of time left. Joey John, who has had impressive race after impressive race. Maybe another chapter in the book this time, but it is a busy straightaway going into the bell lap. 5 athletes all in the mix, and East Coast Elite starting to swarm to the front. This will be interesting as the bell rings at 3:04. Sammy Eastwood, consistent splits with 106 in the last 2 laps. This one will be much quicker. Top 3 athletes for East Coast Elite. They waited until the final lap. Joey John, maybe a little extra retaliation from 4th, looking to make a move and chase the leader. Is Eastwood going to have enough steam in the 200 to go? Joey John making a move from behind. On the home track, could he deliver another impressive narrative? Slingshots on the outside, and now Joey John all alone on the home straightaway. Patient timing, and he is going to soar to a 4:06 performance. First 1500 for Joey John. That is a nice standard to start with, as Sammy Eastwood settles for second. Leif Goose finishes 3rd. And the final section of this men's 1500 on the open section, but as we said, still have the fast heats to go. Very different organization compared to what we have seen in the past, and obviously that will add variety as we go back to the fast heats. So just about ready for the fast heat of the women's Open 1500. Sydney O'Hara Wood of Longwood going to be the one to beat. .457 personal best for the freshman from Mechanicsville, Virginia. She was 11th in the mile at the Big South Indoor Championships, and a lot of these freshmen for Longwood have not only emerged as scorers in their first seasons, but even going away with podium finishes. You remember Sophie Farley and what she has accomplished early in her Lancers career. Kind of feel like there's still a lot left in the tank.
Next should be section number 1 of the women's 1500.
Erin Locher for EMU, where hip number 2, 452 personal best. She set personal best in the 1500 and the 5K at the ODAC Championships, and for EMU, that was essentially a home meet. That event hosted in Harrisonburg at the new EMU Track and Field Complex. Beautiful facility for racing, especially with the track surface. Very new and very fresh. Priscilla Keller for Longwood will wear hip number 3. We'll take you through the rest of this section. Kirsten Morley for Longwood. Belle Roberts for UVA Club. Maya Herndon and Ava Ray for Roanoke. Shay Melton for Hagerstown and Ella Harris for UVA Club. So 9 athletes ready to roll in this fast open section. Touched on it at the ODAC Championships not too long ago. Maya Herndon's brother, Jackson Herndon, competes for Hampton-Sydney. You'll see him a little bit later on in the 800. Temperature right now, under cloudy skies, 63 degrees. Close to perfection for distance races. Obviously, every athlete will have his or her own preference. I feel like 60 is typically helpful for everyone. Waiting for the official start. You can find the official meet schedule online on the Lynchburg Sports website, as it's a little bit different than what you might see in some of the timing schedules. A little bit of shuffling back and forth between sections and not just straight through as we've seen in the past. A little bit ahead of schedule here for this particular race that was slated to begin right around 5:45, but a section was omitted from the men's Open 1500. So now we will start after a long pause. The fast heat on the women's side. Sydney O'Hara Wood, high seed at 4:57.60 in the personal best. Packed house on that back straightaway. We will see how it separates, and it was a men's race that came down to that final lap last time out. Joey John emerges as the victor. So up front, it's Ava Ray for Roanoke. On the rail, company all behind. Maya Herndon right behind as well. ODAC representatives. They're going to be inside 60 seconds through the first 300.
Sydney O'Hara Wood of Longwood, Kirsten
Lancers out in front for the moment. Sydney O'Hara Wood, as we alluded to, 11th in the mile at the conference championship. The interesting picture is going to be what she competes in for the outdoor championships. See that versatility you would have to expect, especially with the good race today. The 1500 would be on the docket. Kirsten Morley right behind. This race quickly separating between the leaders and everyone else. Going to be through 600 at about 157. Looking at a 1500 that is still right on cue, 4:52 pace. Perhaps personal best material for so many of the freshmen throughout the season. You see personal best. It doesn't necessarily mean as much to have a collegiate personal best in your freshman season. It just means it's the best time that you've run in a college jersey. Sometimes you see athletes that performed way better in high school and struggle to get the training down right away. So for the athletes that truly have those PRs that date back all time, it's just a testament to the training and the coaching now at the collegiate level. It has gotten better and better. You hear so many of the distance athletes, and you'll say it even on the sprint side, but trackflation has been a real thing where you see so many high schoolers that have just improved the number of assets and tools in your toolbox. Can really help you out. Still no movement at the front. O'Hara Wood by a couple footsteps make their way to the finish line with 1 lap to go. Men's Open 15 fast section on the way. See if Morley wants to make a move, as you can tell she is on the inside. O'Hara Wood right in the lead for the moment, but she will concede as Morley has a few quick trots. Working in tandem on that back straightaway. Belle Roberts for UVA Club sitting in third. Perhaps it's not the kicks that we saw in that last race, but there might be something left for Sydney O'Hara Wood sitting in second. Kirsten Morley 4:30 on the clock. Looking to get in that 4:50 range. And a very good shot to do so. 4:38. Final look at the clock as they make their way down the straightaway. Nicely executed race for the Lancers. We're going to dip inside that 5-minute mark. 4:57 for Kirsten Morley. O'Hara Wood is second behind. And officially 4:56.92 for Morley. Let's get you set for the fast heat of the men's side. Invitational 1500s all later today. 7:20 on the men's side, 7:12 for the women. Still about an hour and a half.
Valencia of Virginia, Henry Anderson of William & Mary, Luke Elwood of William & Mary, Jack Holub of Liberty, Matthew Twyman of William & Mary, Emerson Bauer of William & Mary, Randy White of Lynchburg, Will Zeeland running unattached, Quinn Green of William & Mary, Shane Stevens of Roanoke, Nathaniel Orban of Roanoke, Josh
Alex Valencia for UVA. This men's Open 1500 with Henry Anderson and Luke Elwood for William & Mary. Jack Holub for Liberty. Matthew Twyman and Amberson Bauer for William & Mary. Randy White, Josh Fretwell, Corbin Green, Logan Amos, and Owen Guest for Lynchburg. Will Zeeland runs unattached, the Liberty commit. Shane Stevens and Nathaniel Orban for Roanoke. And Sam Daunt for Washington and Lee. Quinn Green competing out there for William & Mary as well. 16 athletes in this section. The high seed situated in the low 350 range. Heavy contingent for the Tribe and the Hornets. All off and running here in this fast section. Expect lots of moves to be made. And obviously we see new names and new teams represented at this meet year after year. Great to see Washington and Lee having a few athletes on the distance side. Saw Jesma Evans in action earlier today. This time Sam Daunt, the ODAC cross-country champion, making his way around the track. And it's William & Mary out in front. Luke Elwood for the moment holding strong. A trio for the Tribe. They're going to roll through at about 44 seconds, out hot here in this 15. Inside 3:45 pace. And you understand that William & Mary is going to attack this one with a little extra urgency, having the number of athletes that they do in the mix. Elwood, Green, Anderson, 1, 2, 3. Shane Stevens, the freshman for Roanoke, who has raced with so much confidence throughout the year, right there in the middle of the pack as Sam Daunt prepares to make the move. You see him in the blue singlet. Heading the home straightaway again. Little movement between the top three. .147 on the clock. Sam Daunt now running some extra footsteps out in lane 2, trying to make a move into that top 3. And we've mentioned that his prowess is in the distance department. We'll see what he has in the tank for the 15. 2:03 through the 800. They're going to be right on that 3:52 mark. Daunt has made his move into the lead. Coach Brandon Spalding, the Washington and Lee, has had some high praise for one of his youngsters, just saying it's really impressive to see the progress he has made that so many people wouldn't have believed in the past. He has accelerated at the right time. Now back onto the home straightaway. They're going to have 1 lap to go. Daunt in front. The William & Mary pack trailing close behind.
Setting up for a good finish here as we come up on the bell lap. Sam Daunt of W&L, William & Mary.
Ready for the bell at 2:51.
2:50 with a 1 to run.
Company now to his side is Henry Anderson. 3 top 10 results throughout the outdoor season. Would love to add the open victory as he leapfrogs to the front. Will Zeeland picking up steam on that back straightaway as well. Look at them move into that final 200. Little time wasted as Will Zeeland is charging into the curve. I think Henry Anderson might be out too far in front, but Will Zeeland's going to give it an effort. Down to the final 100 meters. Could this be a comeback to remember? Zeeland charging to the final 50 meters, and he's going to get there. Will Zeeland, a trademark performance to go 3:51. Past Anderson at the line. That is a professional looking race for Will Zeeland. It was 3:50.93. Seed times largely situated around that 3:50 mark. Amberson Bauer finishes second, Sam Daunt in third. The body of work put together by Will Zeeland has been very impressive. That's just another narrative. Mentioned it was Emerson Bauer in second for William and Mary as that move was made so quickly. You thought for a moment it was Henry Anderson. That wraps up the Open 1500s. So a little bit of time until we get set for the women's 800. We'll get set on the open section. Take a quick break here from Jack M. Tom's track. Plenty of fun to open the day here at the Hill City Twilight meet, the University of Lynchburg.
Lynchburg, it's in our DNA.
Honors for anybody looking to make a difference.
It's really community and connecting with the people around you. It's been one of my favorite parts of college.
Your calling is beyond the classroom. This is where you feel at home, where you feel connected. And this is the place where you'll answer that call. Here, you'll learn to lead the way in the industry you love. The Equestrian Sport Management major at the University of Lynchburg. Accepting applications now.
Thank you for everything, Dr. Evans. You have made a huge impact on my athletic training journey, and I appreciate all the help you have given me along the way. Lynchburg is super lucky to have such an amazing clinical coordinator and professor. That's so sweet.
Dear Dr. Sarah Johnson, you are the best. You're super encouraging and really empathetic. I'm not sure if I would have made it through the first part of the semester without your complete understanding and patience. I really appreciate your help and trust in me that I would come through with my assignments after being kicked down by my loss. Thank you so much for letting me have the extra time on my paper. I know I say this a lot, but I'm so glad you're teaching us. Happy Teachers Appreciation Day.
Just wanted to say thank you for all that you do for the campus community. You make it a better place by giving others a space to feel welcome, accepted, and heard. Thanks for spreading light and peace. There is nobody I know that does it better than you. Hope all is well with you.
Thank you, Dr. Price, for your understanding and patience. You are always available for questions or extra help, and take the time out of your day to give me extra assistance with classwork. You have definitely set the bar high for me when it comes to good professors in the future.
Brittany Smith, I wanted to thank you for your dedication and passion in the classroom. Your way of making basic, emergency, and injury care management come to life has made learning enjoyable and sparked a genuine interest in me. Thank you again, especially for helping me get my mental health good, and I can't thank you enough.
I came in this profession for one goal in mind, and that is to, one, teach counselors, but really as a counselor at my core, to be empathetic and understanding and know the struggles of being a student, and so wanting to help them pursue their dreams and goals and assist them in being as successful as I can. And so it means a lot to know that at least I'm doing something right.
If I can just impact even one student a year, I think it's completely worth it. I think there's some days where we don't always hear from students in this kind of way, like that we're impacting them. And I think it's It's validating to know that we are making a difference in their life.
I love teaching, I love helping people, and so sparking that and seeing the general light switch go off with students, it's really a great feeling.
I know that something special about our university is that the faculty members are really invested in their students' success and futures and well-being, so it just means a lot that a student recognize that hard work that we all do.
Every great idea begins with a sketch, a doodle on a napkin, a quiet spark of change before the world even knows it's listening. Sometimes with fate, sometimes with fire, sometimes with nothing but each other and a box of
It's in our DNA. Making a difference, being real, innovative, and strong wherever you are. Creating change. You believe the world can be better. We all can be better. And here is where we start making it happen. Fostering belonging. No matter who you are, here, you're home. Achieving excellence. From the classroom to the court, we don't settle. Neither should you. Lynchburg, it's in our DNA. Today, tomorrow, always.
A trademark of this place is self-expression. Not forced, not filtered, not a facade. We don't shape students into copies. We help you find your own voice.
This is awesome. Like, not just for your career benefit, but also personal benefit. I mean, you can learn how to invest your own money. And you can learn how to do it here.
They get the hands-on experience, direct interaction with brokers, and they are learning all the different classifications of investing firsthand.
Kind of regardless of your background or skill set, there's a place for you, and you're going to want to make some money.
Your calling is beyond the classroom, far beyond. This is where you feel at home, where you feel connected. And this is the place where you'll answer that call. Here, you'll learn to lead the way in the industry you love, so your calling and connection become your profession. The Equestrian Sport Management major at the University of Lynchburg. Accepting applications now.
See, in this hive, everybody has a place. Everybody has a purpose. Everybody is a part of the swarm. We are engineers of empathy, architects of tomorrow, and storytellers of today. We're not waiting to change the world. We already doing it.
Time for the 800 here at the Hill City Twilight. Just prepping for the invitational sections later on. We'll go ahead and try to paint the picture of what to expect on the schedule and the open 800s. It's normal order. Obviously, those 1500s got shuffled around a little bit, so it's section 1 and section 2 of the women's side set to kick off. Ann McSweeney of William & Mary will enter this one as the high seed. Abby Winter runs unattached. Isla Junkerman running unattached as well with Ryan Aycock of Liberty, Sophia Mast of Liberty, Riley Humphreys of Longwood, Lainey Grogg of Longwood, and Allie Gallagher for Roanoke. McSweeney enters with a 2:15.52 personal best, the high seed. We are off and running. It's captivating to see who will make their moves. Starting in the lanes, separating on that back straightaway. Really interesting transitioning from the 1500 to the 800, normally separated by quite a wide margin on the meet schedule. 800's just a little bit different here at the Hill City Twilight. We've seen so many times there were personal bests set at last year's Hill City event. That's the case for Ann McSweeney. 2:15.52 mark. Pack extremely tight. Over 300 meters in. Junkerman making the move to the rail. The bell rings around 107. We'll see if anyone can rally from behind as she has started to pick things up. Riley Humphreys and McSweeney second and third. And Junkerman extremely impressive to the back straightaway. For as conservative of a start as it was, everyone packed tight. Felt like it was a matter of moments till someone took off. Now going into the final 200 at 1:38. This could be a big time performance after a 66-second first lap. Chance to sneak inside 2:10. We'll see how quick she can be down the straightaway. Junkerman starting to hit the wall, going towards the final 50 meters. Still in high school, competing at a high level, and against the collegiates, no problem. She'll come through in 2:13. Humphreys will settle for second. McSweeney in third, and for where the seed times are situated coming into this one, it's still a very quick race. 2:13 for the win.
As we get set up now for our second section in the women's 800. Maddie Schuchter running unattached, Samantha Bolin of Longwood, Elena Sherline of Sweetbriar.
Let's get ready for the second section. Big welcome in to Maddie Schuchter, competes for the Lynchburg field hockey team. She's competing unattached here in the second section, and we'll have a 2:20 seed time coming in. Obviously, that's self-seeded, no other events that have been run in the past, so that will make things very interesting here in the first lap. Rest of the field, it's Samantha Bolin of Longwood, Elena Sherline for Sweetbriar, Reagan Emler for East Coast Elite, Emily Johnston for Longwood, Kimmy Fari for Longwood, and Madison Davis for the Lancers. Mia Vakura for Sweetbriar, Shay Melton of Hagerstown, Piper Zeeland, and Emma Shuri running unattached. So still lane starts. There are 11 athletes slated to be in this section, so you see some of the lanes doubling up. Important to note Elena Sherline in this section for Sweetbriar, wearing hip number 3, has really been near the top of the record books for the Vixens. She has just had a sensational season, competed at a high level in high school at some of those national level meets. As right now, Maddie Schuchter is out in front. Mentioned that this is really that debut on the track here at a Lynchburg track and field meet. And it's the Lynchburg field hockey team that has found lots of success at the national level. Able to get past Rowan in that first round this year. Schuchter always a very critical piece for the team's success. Out in front for the moment, and now Sherline neck and neck on the home straightaway. 1:08 going into the second lap, and Elena Sherline looks like she has a lot of life left. 2:21, the seed time coming in. So impressive to see some of the athletes that are just used to being out there on an island. Sherline, time and time again, has delivered in those tough situations. In a race of her own with 1:44 on the clock, 200 meters to go. Section 2 of the Open 800. Now tight fight for second place. Could be on the way as the chase pack starts to separate. Sherline firmly in front. For now, Piper Zeeland sitting in second. What has been a stellar start to the meet for the Zeeland family, as Will Zeeland picked up a section victory earlier on. And Sherline with the victory, 2:21.68. Moments away from the men's Open 800, which will feature 3 sections. And a very heavy Lynchburg contingent in these events. We expected that they would try to get out there in a hurry on this 800 side, knowing the number of athletes that couldn't compete at the ODAC championships. You're limited to 8 entries, and the Hornets have more than 8 for sure. In this event, they have 5 in this first heat. Jake Sisk, Ryan Warner, and Matthew Kane, the top 3 seeds. Sisk, of course, transfer from Liberty, ended up placing 9th at the outdoor championships, but all the way up to 4th during the indoor season. Very interesting story for Sisk. He's been coached by 5 different coaches since leaving high school. Got the chance to talk to him. Obviously started at New Jersey City, also wrestled, going through some of those periods where he's transitioning in between schools. Very impressive to see what he has put together. He will start on the rail for the Hornets. Rest of the section beyond the top 3, Bellamy Emanuel for D-Best Track Club. Welcome back to him, an EMU athlete back during his ODAC competition days. Hayden Goodman for William & Mary with Foster Kirby of Lynchburg, Josh Martin of Longwood, Calvin Holman for Garden State Track Club, and Rylan Alcorn for Lynchburg. Is your 9-man field up and away through the first 200 meters. They're through at about 27.5 seconds. Conditions starting to change a little bit in the area, seeing some more wind on a chilly Saturday evening for May. Hayden Goodman for William & Mary, the freshman out in front. Going to have attention from Calvin Holman, just a few strides behind. Lynchburg has taken this first lap very conservatively, as they're through at 56 seconds in the lead. Lynchburg is second behind. Is this a chance for Hayden Goodman to go coast to coast untouched. Jake Sisk has made the move into second. Gotta feel like he was frustrated with the race last weekend at the ODAC Championships, burning out a little in the second lap. Perhaps a much different story this time. Foster Kirby going with him in third. This is shaping up to be a storybook 200 meters. Goodman in the lead for the moment. Sisk right on his shoulder. 150 left. Never know when your last opportunity will be. Jake Sisk capitalizing on the moment. The Hornets swarming to the front. 3 of them a chance for the top 3 in the section. Who wants the victory? Ryan Warner by a few hairs to go 154. Rylan Alcorn animated after the finish. And it's Alcorn who sneaks into the lead, 155.21 by 1,000th of a second on the unofficial results past Ryan Warner. Josh Martin settles for third. Rylan Alcorn, who almost splits this evenly, 57-3, 57-8. Those are the sections you remember at the end of the meet. Very competitive in the final 200 meters. And the patience pays off for the Lynchburg distance side. Rylan Alcorn, who has battled injuries in the start of his Lynchburg career, entered with a 156.79 PR and absolutely tackled it here in this top heat. Let's set the scene for our second section. Andrew Rutherford for Longwood, Justin Park of Lynchburg, Matt Pushner for Virginia Tech, Dylan McGraw of Lynchburg, Peter Morales and Bradley Bernard join him, Louis Sempner and Sean Jacqua for Longwood. An additional storyline as Peter Morales enters this one in lane 5. It has been a career where he has continued to try and break the 2-minute mark. Opportunities shortening up here in the postseason. He has been as low as 2 flat 0.2. On the home track, perhaps one of the last chances. We'll have to see if he can capitalize in the middle lane for the Hornets, who had a successful start to this 800 meters. Perfect conditions as everyone is off and running. They break to the rail on the back straightaway. Section with a little extra separation as entering it. Andrew Rutherford had a 155 personal best, all the way down to Matt Pushner's 201. We'll see how hot this field is out as there's a little separation between the front 3 and the chasing 5. For now, Pushner in the lead. Confident striding so far. Leader's going to be out in 54 seconds. The chase pack at 56. Perfect conditions for sub-2 on that back group. Right now, the battle up front is Pushner and Andrew Rutherford, a pair of freshmen. Attacking that back straightaway. The pace is perfect. We'll see if Lynchburg has a little extra firepower here in the second part of the race, much like we saw in that last time. 1:28 on the clock. Pushner in front by a few strides.
1:38 on the clock.
Gonna come down to the final straightaway. Lynchburg starting to make moves into the final 100 meters. Are these the moments we will remember? The Hornets heading for home. Pushner right there, and Lynchburg gonna get everybody under the 2-minute mark. A sea of red onto the track. Home turf protected, and Peter Morales has a long wait come to a close. What a captivating 2 laps, and a big congrats to everybody wearing Hornet red. You can see what it means to so many athletes here at the Hill City Twilight. Pushner and Rutherford first and second, but as we said, if you're a Lynchburg fan, you're looking at the 159s. What an impressive race that was as well, because when it separated, the pace didn't fall off. Still a lot of athletes that were able to hold it together, and for Morales, it was all about holding on just enough. Well, you got to feel like the stage is set for the final section. Draven Fernandez of Lynchburg, Christian Reed of Longwood, Shay Henson, Parker Marshall, and Nick Sirigliano for the Hornets. Isaiah Howdy-Shell for East Coast Elite. Richard Mast runs unattached. Jonathan Barreto Luna for Hagerstown, and Justin Pendergast for UVA Club. Parker Marshall making his 800 debut for the Hornets. He has continually run the 400 and has been pretty good at it. Traveled with the indoor squad up to Boston earlier in the season. And with experience in the 800 during high school, we'll see what he has left, as he is going to get off in a hurry in the middle lane. Draven Fernandez now trying to close the gap on that back straightaway. Follow this up with the Invite 800s in succession. It's going to be the Invite 8, 5K, 1500, and steeplechase. Parker Marshall still out in front. Looks cool, calm, and composed, but the first lap was never the question. Can they hold it together in the second? 58 seconds going into the final 400. Draven Fernandez, very much an endurance base, so no one truly an 800 specialist right now in that top group. You see Christian Reed ready to make the move at a 59-second first lap. And now a little extra feisty on that back straightaway. Shay Henson might slingshot all the way from 5th place. Ready to challenge for the lead as Parker Marshall takes the rail. 200 meters to go. 1:28 shine on the clock. For Parker Marshall, who has truly been a 400 specialist at Lynchburg, this would be a phenomenal showing if he can hold it together in the final 100. He's only starting to speed up. The Hornets showing up in a big way here in the 800 meters. Parker Marshall, a chance to break the 2-minute mark. He goes 1:58, and the Hornets just behind the mark for second and third. 1:58.42. So as we pay attention to how the results came together, Pushner actually won the Open 800 from Section 2. Andrew Rutherford right there as well. Sometimes that's how these events happen. You have the faster times just based on who was together at what moment. You don't have to have those top seeds. Time for the Invite Women's 800. promising to be a quick section. This is when you get your facility records out. 2:02.65, the mark in this women's 800. A mark that you would expect to stay intact, one of the faster facility records. It's Emma Lindner for Virginia Tech coming into this one with a 2:04.19 seat time. Lindner from Bamberg, Germany, placed 16th in the mile at the ACC Indoor Championships, a 2:11 official personal best. That was during the indoor season. Joined by Charlize Trinity McKenzie for P23 Family Racing. 2:05 mark coming into this one. Cedarburg High School, class of 2026, and committed to run for Princeton University. Obviously, we've seen Princeton representative earlier in this meet, Sam Rodman for UVA. Kinza Alakari from Virginia Tech will enter this one boasting a 2:06 personal best. She was 2:08 last time out at the UVA Challenge. Tatum Olson joins them from UVA. Jessica Poliska and Eden Alexander for Liberty. Avery Legault for Virginia Tech. Rachel Hill for Liberty. See what everyone can put together. Eden Alexander for the Flames ran 2:07 for 4th place at the CUSA Indoor Championships. That was a Liberty freshman record. Lots of storylines on display and a very quick start out front. See if the Virginia Tech contingent can put something together in the second lap as they are out somewhat conservatively behind, but the field in 29 seconds going towards the curve. Trinity McKenzie, as we touched on, high schooler in this section, spending her senior gap year in Charlotte, North Carolina. So training relatively close. Trains under 6-time U.S. champion Anthony Familetti. Right now, Lindner on the rail and just over 60 seconds. Perhaps some quick times on display again. We already saw PRs shattered in the open sections. Watch for Rachel Hill sitting in third as well. But right now, Trinity McKenzie having no problem.
That's Rachel Hill of Liberty looking strong in second.
Rachel Hill has made the overtake in the chase pack. 132, 200 meters left.
For McKenzie.
How much will they accelerate into the last straightaway? PR situated around 2:05 and 2:06. This could be a run that's right on cue. Charlize Trinity McKenzie. 50 meters left. Does she have enough to fend off Lindner? Right at the line, 2:05, 2:06.
2:05.80 as Kinza Alakari gets across in 2:05.
McKenzie with the win, and it was Kinza Alakari sneaking into second. So overall, Virginia Tech showing off that depth again. Alakari in her third meet of the outdoor season. PR of 2:06 coming into it, so she dips under to go 2:05. And overall, that is an impressive performance.
Virginia Tech, Hannah Edwards of Lynchburg, Division III NCAA qualifier in this event outdoors. Mackenzie Babcock of Liberty, Sydney Nolan of Virginia Tech, Crystal Ann Bouchard of Virginia Tech, Lydia Wallace of William and Mary, Cassie Carr of Washington and Lee, Emily Atha of Liberty, and Chloe Miller of William and Mary.
Second section, Mira Bowman of Virginia Tech and Hannah Edwards of Lynchburg, top two seeds. Ryan Aycock joins them for Liberty. Sydney Nolan and Crystalline Bichard of Virginia Tech. Lydia Wallace of William and Mary. Cassie Carr of Washington and Lee, newly crowned 800-meter champion. Emily Atha of Liberty and Chloe Miller of William and Mary. For Mira Bowman, high siege, stayed local. Blacksburg High School graduate, committed to Virginia Tech, and although she's only raced twice for the Hokies, there's a lot of potential there. Starts on the inside and starts out quickly. Hannah Edwards for Lynchburg with a 2:10 personal best, was third at the ODAC Outdoor Championships a week ago. That mark, by the way, got her in the NCAA Championships last year, and it has just been a lot of progression she's really put together. Cassie Carr starting way behind in the field. We'll see if she can put together an effort on the second lap as the first three are off in a hurry. For Bowman in her freshman season, you feel like this is a great field to build some confidence. Dealing with a little bit of a smaller field. Bowman out in front. Sydney Nolan second, Hannah Edwards third. In a very good spot. It's going to be 61 seconds, and it looks like it's just a pacing job for Bowman out in front. It's up to Nolan now. Edwards a few strides behind. To go 61 through that first lap, it's a little bit quicker than what Hannah Edwards has been accustomed to running. Obviously, when she ran that 2:10, that was a similar time for the first lap. And postseason aspirations don't have much time to develop. Has to be a performance in one of these few days. Cassie Carr now on the prowl for second as Nolan crosses with 200 left, around that 136 mark. Carr looking to overtake for second place. She goes on the outside of the curve. Sydney Nolan, listed in her sophomore season, inside the final 100 meters. Here comes a charge from Aycock for Liberty. Shuffling throughout the second lap, Ryan Aycock, a stellar effort all the way into lane 3. The lean at the line, 2:11.63. Sydney Nolan just narrowly behind. Cassie Carr goes 2:13, Hannah Edwards 2:14. Cassie Carr's time inside the D3 top 50. An event that is certainly competitive around the outdoor oval. So the invitational sections living up to the hype. Charlize Trinity McKenzie will win it overall, 2:05.80. Kenza Alakari and Tatum Olson second and third. That will get us ready for our next event on the track, the Men's Invitational 800, coming up in a few minutes. And we'll get you ready for it. We'll be back here at the University of Lynchburg.
It's in our DNA. Making a difference. Being real, innovative, and strong wherever you are. Creating change. You believe the world can be better. We all can be better. And here is where we start making it happen. Fostering belonging. No matter who you are, here, you're home. Achieving excellence. From the classroom to the court, we don't settle. Neither should you. Lynchburg. It's in our DNA. Today, tomorrow, always.
Here in Lynchburg, the cage birds don't just sing, they soar. Because at Lynchburg, they will finally sing. The trademark of this place is self-expression. Not forced, not filtered, not a facade. We don't shape students into copies. We help you find your own voice. Unapologetic, authentic. Because to be a Hornet is to think differently.
It's in our DNA. Making a difference. Creating change. fostering belonging, achieving excellence. Lynchburg, it's in our DNA.
Honors for anybody looking to make a difference.
It's really community and connecting with the people around you.
It's been one of my favorite parts of college.
Your calling is beyond the classroom. This is where you feel at home, where you feel connected. And this is the place where you'll answer that call. Here, you'll learn to lead the way in the industry you love. The equestrian sport management major at the University of Lynchburg. Accepting applications now.
Thank you for everything, Dr. Evans. You have made a huge impact on my athletic training journey, and I appreciate all the help you have given me along the way. Lynchburg is super lucky to have such an amazing clinical coordinator and professor. That's so sweet.
Dear Dr. Sarah Johnson, you are the best. You're super encouraging and really empathetic. I'm not sure if I would have made it through the first part of the semester.
Continuing action from the Hill City Twilight. Women's Invitational in the book on the 800 side, and it's time for the men's race. Facility record set 2 years ago by Nick Plant of Virginia Tech, 146.35. And this is an event that, if it lives up to the hype we saw on the women's side, will be another one that is very quick and perhaps that record on the ropes. 2 sections of the men's invite before we go to the women's 5K. Our distance events taking us through the 8 o'clock hour tonight, so about 2.5 hours to go from the Hill City Twilight. If you're tuning in, you've done so at the right time. Plenty to look forward to, including what we've already advertised as maybe the headliner in the men's 1500. Gary Martin and George Cootie, UVA and Virginia Tech, having a battle here at Jack M. Tom's track. That is coming your way very shortly, 7:20 start time. And temperatures, as we've said, just about perfect for distance running. They've lingered in the 60s. The sun starting to sneak through here at Jack M. Tom's track. We saw a facility record earlier today in the women's 100-meter hurdles. Maya Rollins ran a new D1 number 51 with a 13:32 performance. Teammate Ava Rice went 13:99, just slightly behind. Also keeping our eyes peeled on the field events from throughout the day. High jump is in the books. Elijah Rose wins it for Lynchburg, just 3 athletes as he clears 6.6 1/4. David Akanubi for Washington and Lee clears 6.4 1/4, and then Tommy Skidmore, 3rd place for Southern Virginia, clearing 5.8 1/2. On the women's side, it's Marin Simons for Southern Virginia, who clears 5.3 1/4. Mickey Prowse in 2nd, Jolene Hall in 3rd. If you're just tuning in, the men's 800 Invitational on the books, and that top section, it's going to feature Tyler Edson, 146 mark coming in. Michael Long with a 147, Dylan DeCambray with a 147. So 3 athletes that are seated under 148. And if the pace is anything close, we could be in for a treat. Roan Kelly of Virginia Tech in 1. Tyler Edson comes in as well in 2, the 146. So who's perhaps your top 2 seeds? Kelly, a 148.48 personal best. He's a former AAU indoor national champion in the 1500. And he's really put together some consistent results. Clocked 3:49 and a 1500 last time out at the Virginia Challenge. for Tyler Edson, the 146 PR. He placed 15th at the NCAA Indoor Championships in the 800. Perhaps balloon 800 specialist. Starts in lane 2. Dylan DeCambray, 147 PR, the Hackensack, New Jersey native. 6th fastest outdoor 800 runner in Virginia Tech history. Their top 3 at a blistering pace. Michael Long of Liberty. Alex Leith runs unattached. William Winter of Virginia Tech. Brendan Pitcher for Liberty. Jonathan Coomer for William & Mary. And Benjamin Reynolds for Virginia Tech.
Here we go, fast section, men's invite 800.
Time to discover the truth about this heat. And it's out in a hurry on the inside. No time wasted as Roan Kelly and Dylan DeCambray trying to soar to the front. They sit 1-2. It's interesting that Tyler Edson has let the field start out at about a 26-second 200. He still lingers right in the middle. Quick separation, and we mentioned the facility record by Nick Plant, 146.35. Can it survive this section? And it is out at a blistering pace. Roan Kelly in the lead. Don't you feel like he has an opportunity to put together something special at a 152.800 at the ACC Indoor Championships, looking to recover? Now it's DeCambray in front, trying to leave the pack. Of course, he helps the Hokies to that third place finish in the DMR. Lots of confidence on that back straightaway. Separated quickly. Edson's not out of the picture yet. 120 into the final 200 meters. Michael Long not too far out of it. Still anybody's game into the straightaway. 5 athletes looking to make their moves. Here comes Michael Long. By a stride in lane 2. A tight crowd throughout the entire way, and Michael Long stamps a very solid 146.77. 31st in D1, and that is a PR by almost a second. His season best was already the best time in the Conference USA this season, and all of a sudden, his Liberty program record is a little less accessible for anyone else. Leith for second, DeCambray for third. Right on cue around that 147 range. Michael Long just ran the race of his collegiate career. Don't you feel like if you have that much confidence just across town that the season is far from over? Go to that first round and trying to qualify for the NCAA championships. If you're in the top 40, you're doing something right. That'll bring us to the second section. Caden Leitner runs unattached. Miles Plummer and James Ford for Virginia. Elias Hammond, the ODAC champ, and the 800 and 150.55 seed time. Ran a very gutsy performance that time out. Dale Hall for Liberty. Jeffrey Linton and Travis Wolf Thompson for William & Mary. Jamison Mantooth for Lynchburg. Jackson Herndon for Hampton-Sydney, the 2 high school teammates at Galileo Magnet School. Interesting enough, they both ultimately took themselves out of the race and the ODAC championships. Someone was heel clipped in the crowd. One went down and then the other did. And so for Mantooth and Herndon, you feel like this is a little bit about avenging that time, trying to go out there and post something stellar. Jack Holub for Liberty, Sam Rodman for Virginia. Rodman, who was added on to the second heat, if he is running a 146 personal best. Liberty High School product from Northern Virginia. 4th at the NCAA Outdoor Championships in 2025. And he is out in lane 8. Expect a quick time from the Princeton transfer, who's competed at 5 NCAA championship events. Once again, a very speedy opening 200, about 25 seconds. Looks like a little bit of pace work up front. We'll try and communicate all of that to you as the Cavaliers currently occupy the top 2 spots. So it's James Ford who's out in front. Miles Plummer in second. Pacing duties done by Sam Rodman. 52.6 through the first lap. Ford, a New Zealand native, also runs the 400. You've seen that speed on the first lap. We'll see how much he has to go, as there is plenty of separation. Keep an eye on some of the D3 names in the mix as well. Elias Ammon, Jamison Mantooth, Jackson Herndon. They have 200 meters left, just about 1:21 on the clock. Ford has done well to stick with the pacer now. It's him versus the clock. Quick chase developing. The PR right at 1:50.43. That could go way down if they hold on. Caden Leitner holding on for second. And 150 will win the section. Ammon, the D3 name up front, around 152. We'll wait to corroborate the results. That's 153.13 for Elias Ammon. But the win goes to James Ford. Very quick 52.6 opening lap. And enough help from Sam Rodman to get across the line in the lead. That is the men's Invite 800. Now moments away from getting set for the women's 5K Invite. Heavy Liberty contingent in that 19-athlete field. And it's coming up shortly here at Jack M. Tom's track.
Without your complete understanding and patience. I really appreciate your help and trust in me that I would come through with my assignments after being kicked down by my loss. Thank you so much for letting me have the extra time on my paper. I know I say this a lot, but I am so glad you're teaching us. Happy Teachers Appreciation Day.
Just wanted to say thank you for all that you do for the campus community. You make it a better place by giving others a space to feel welcome, accepted, and heard. Thanks for spreading light and peace. There is nobody I know that does it better than you. Hope all is well with you.
Thank you, Dr. Price, for your understanding and patience. You are always available for questions or extra help, and take the time out of your day to give me extra assistance with classwork. You have definitely set the bar high for me when it comes to good professors in the future.
Brittany Smith, I wanted to thank you for your dedication and passion in the classroom. Your way of making basic emergency and injury care management come to life has made learning enjoyable and sparked a genuine interest in me. Thank you again, especially for helping me get my mental health good, and I can't thank you enough.
I came in this profession for one goal in mind, and that is to, one, teach counselors, but really as a counselor at my core, to be empathetic and understanding and know the struggles of being a student, and so wanting to help them pursue their dreams and goals and assist them in being as successful as I can. And so it means a lot to know that at least I'm doing something right.
If I can just impact even one student a year, I think it's completely worth it. I think there's some days where we don't always hear from students in this kind of way, like that we're impacting them. And I think it's validating to know that we are making a difference in their life.
I love teaching, I love helping people, and so sparking that and seeing the general light switch go off with students, it's really a great feeling.
I know that something special about our university is that the faculty members are really invested in their students' success and futures and well-being, so it just means a lot that a student recognize that hard work that we all do.
Every great idea begins with a sketch, a doodle on a napkin, a quiet spark of change before the world even knows it's listening. Sometimes with fate, sometimes with fire, sometimes with nothing but each other and a box of
It's in our DNA. Making a difference, being real, innovative, and strong wherever you are. Creating change. You believe the world can be better. We all can be better. And here is where we start making it happen. Fostering belonging. No matter who you are, here, you're home. Achieving excellence. From the classroom to the court, we don't settle. Neither should you. Lynchburg. It's in our DNA. Today, tomorrow, always.
A trademark of this place is self-expression. Not forced, not filtered, not a facade. We don't shape students into copies. We help you find your own voice.
This is awesome. Like, not just for your career benefit, but also personal benefit. I mean, you can learn how to invest your own money. And you can learn how to do it here.
They get the hands-on experience, direct interaction with brokers, and they are learning all the different classifications of investing firsthand.
Kind of regardless of your background or skill set, there's a place for you, and you're going to want to make some money.
Your calling is beyond the classroom, far beyond. This is where you feel at home, where you feel connected. And this is the place where you'll answer that call. Here, you'll learn to lead the way in the industry you love, so your calling and connection become your profession. The equestrian sport management major at the University of Lynchburg. Accepting applications now.
See, in this hive, everybody has a place. Everybody has a purpose. Everybody is a part of the swarm. We are engineers of empathy, architects of tomorrow, storytellers of today. We're not waiting to change the world. We already doing it.
It's in our DNA. Making a difference, being real, innovative, and strong wherever you are. Creating change. You believe the world can be better. We all can be better. And here is where we start making it happen. Fostering belonging. No matter who you are, here, you're home. Achieving excellence. From the classroom to the court, we don't settle. Neither should you. Lynchburg. It's in our DNA. Today, tomorrow, always.
Here in Lynchburg, the cage birds don't just sing, they soar. Because at Lynchburg, they were finally seen. A trademark of this place is self-expression. Not forced, not filtered, not a facade. We don't shape students into copies. We help you find your own voice. Unapologetic, authentic. Because to be a Hornet is to think differently.
It's in our DNA. Making a difference. Creating change. Fostering belonging. Achieving excellence.
To take second out of the 9 playing
If you've just tuned in, welcome to the Hill City Twilight meeting here at the University of Lynchburg on this very temperate Saturday evening. My name is Evan Gates, and thanks for joining on LHSN and Flo College. And what a privilege it has been to see some quick times to start the evening. Just got through the 800-meter invite. Let's head on to the Women's 5K Invitational that will certainly feature some quick times. Up front, Ava Gordon will headline the Liberty squad with a 16:18 personal best. It was a monumental season best at the Brian Clay Invitational to finish second in the field. And there are many more flames to come around. Katrina Schlenker, Ryan Aycock, and Isabella Ross all out there for Liberty. Perry Irons comes out there for William and Mary with Kylie Bonzer of Virginia Tech, Sophie Park of Liberty, Abby Lane of William and Mary, Molly Lashley of Liberty, Adeline Carpenter of Lynchburg, Anna Fletcher, Rainey Mayo, and Graceland Laudermilch for Liberty with Sonia Simling, Tessa Dobrinsky of William and Mary, Sasha Brady of Southern Virginia, Paige Dumont of William and Mary, Meredith Barber runs unattached, Aaron Loker for Eastern Mennonite. So long wait till we get set here at Jack M. Tom's track. That'll give us a second to orient you with the facility record, which was set just a few years ago. Carter Norbo ran unattached in 2024 at a clock 16:41.92. That's the mark to beat. We'll keep our eyes on the clock and the pace charts as we get underway. And it is more or less a scrimmage for Liberty up front as they own the top 4 seeds. And don't forget a lot of the middle pack as well. So you might see some separation early. 2 potential packs for the Flames. Where does everyone else fall in? That's going to be the big question, as it looks like Ava Gordon is just doing the pace work up front for the Flames. So we mentioned her PR sets at 16:18 is likely not going to be contested today. Instead, Katrina Schlenker right behind a seed at 16:35 will go out and try to put together a stellar mark. She ranks 30th in the steeplechase at the D1 level, 10:06 time. She is poised to shatter the 17-minute mark, and perhaps that's the reason for optimism at a facility record mark. And it is going to be exciting to see how it comes together for this Liberty team that has the depth. So Schlenker and Aycock up front. Aycock already ran earlier today. So a busy start to this meet. Ran in the 800-meter invite, 2:11. Time to finish it. Overall, Schlenker has been in a spot to compete with many of the nation's best. The question becomes, how comfortable is 5K pace when you've sped things up for the 3K steeplechase? Obviously, time will tell as they're through their opening laps. .158 through 600. So obviously the pace out a little hot around that 16:30 mark for Ava Gordon, pacing Katrina Schlenker. Abby Lane has moved into second for William and Mary. For many of these seeds and what is a big heat, you're going to see a lot of those times that could be big-time personal best. Don't want to say it's late in the Division I season yet, as you still have a little bit of time until the conference championships. Quick separation on that back straightaway. Already 3 packs developing if you include Schlenker in the front. Abby Lane for William & Mary comes in with a 17:11 personal best. 17:23 last time out at the Wake Forest Invitational. So smooth sailing to get this one underway. What's so exciting in an invite is you just feel like everyone's in a very similar boat, and it's tough to get a high number of athletes in the same heat. With this level of competition, Southern Virginia well represented. Of course, the ODAC, Adeline Carpenter for Lynchburg, who has rehabbed her way back from injury to start that outdoor season. Overall, this is a track that has seen some very impressive times in the last few years, and when Norma ran 16:41, it just really looked like easy work throughout the entire race. That's going to be the point of interest now for Schlenker up front. 3:18 through the first K and still holding on to that 16:30 pace. Lots of the veterans for this Liberty program, and you've seen what Allie Zeeland has been able to accomplish here in the last few months. Some historic times upon her entrance to the Flames program, and raced for the Pacers homeschool squad right before. So you see a lot of their athletes out of the mix. We've seen Will Zeeland in that category as well. Very interesting to see how it comes together. For Schlenker up front, first track 5K since last year's Hill City Twilight. Ran a personal best, 17:11. Abby Lane, Perry Irons, and Ryan Aycock, second through fourth, and all very close to one another in that second group. How long will Ava Gordon stay in this race is the question. On the pace work up front. Right now, 6 athletes sitting in that second pack. This will give us more of an opportunity to go into the field event results from throughout the day. As of now, some hammer throw events have continued to file in. Adelaide Karen for the women's side looks to be in the lead, competing unattached. That's not the big storyline. Second place, Bailey Hedgman, 53.81 for the Division III number 8 mark. Obviously competed at the indoor championships along with Abby Mickelay of Bridgewater. That should almost certainly seal her spot. And a trip to Wisconsin that is on the docket for so many of these athletes. You've seen a lot of NCAA championships that have been close here in the last couple of years. That's a little more of a trek for the Virginia schools, going all the way out to Wisconsin, and so many logistics that the fans at home won't consider. You're obviously bringing your gear with you, and so for Lynchburg and Michael Leach, who looks poised to be in there for the men's decathlon, well, you got to find a way to get the pole vaults and all the other equipment for the decathlon with him. Question always becomes, are you driving or are you flying? We're going to wait and see, as Lynchburg is obviously worrying about that less than anything else. It's great to have national qualifiers. And this Liberty team will be interesting to see who they can get into the championships. Katrina Schlenker not too far off right now in the steeplechase, and how well can she operate down the stretch, perhaps into the NCAA first round. .758 on the clock. So still in the opening half of this race, you just feel like it has been a lot of separation, but not what you traditionally see throughout the year, as it is still stuck together. 1640 pace, perhaps a few ticks under for Schlenker, as Gordon will settle behind. For the chase pack right now, you're looking at about 1710 pace. A little bit of separation now. And that second pack, Abby Lane, has still been right there in the mix, but some shuffling between the six. Schlenker lost a few seconds in some of the middle laps. She started to pick it up again. Ryan Aycock now occupying second. What a stellar double that would be, to be in that 800 invite turnaround, and really just half an hour later competing in the 5K. Got a feeling she's completely going for it. Wearing the jersey, did not look like a pacing number was on the singlet. So now it's a time trial for Schlenker up front. Home straightaway, gonna have 5 laps to go. D3 contingent in the section. Sasha Brady for Southern Virginia, Adeline Carpenter for Lynchburg, Aaron Locher for EMU, the top 3. They're all in the top 12 of this section. Mentioned Adeline Carpenter in her rehab from injury has done so well just to stick with it, finish 3rd in the 5K at the ODAC Championships. Sasha Brady comes into this one having finished 2nd in the 10K at the USA South Championships. Doubled that with the 5K. So we'll see Schlenker on our screen right now. Start to take a look at some of the other packs behind. Obviously, this one quickly developing. Liberty still in the mix. Right in the middle of this race. Kylie Bonzer leading that chase pack. Anna Fletcher, Sasha Brady, and Sonia Semling. So will be interesting to see if they can hold on. Obviously, Bonzer starting to speed things up a little bit. Everyone behind Katrina Schlenker at the 11:22 mark. Inside the final mile for the leaders. So Bonzer started in 6th place. In that last lap, she's moved all the way up to 2nd. Still looks to be 23 seconds of disparity between Schlenker and everyone else. Some of the Southern Virginia contingent making their way into that last mile. Adeline Carpenter slightly behind, about 12:09 with a mile to go. So where will some of these PRs fall? And a field that ranged from the 16-minute range, 1640s. Obviously, you get a lot of those times in the 17s and 18s that could be personal best. And there's a look at Adeline Carpenter on that back straightaway. What an impressive year it has been. Just the maturity that she has developed for Lynchburg, understanding a lot of those veterans are gone from last year's class. Allison Dell, of course, the notable one, who qualified for the NCAA championships, at least based on those last few seasons, but the list went on and on from there. Obviously, you had competitors at practice every day just to give you a little more comfort in your workouts. She has learned to have a new squad, a younger squad, and someone who has really helped her out was, in fact, pacing this race to get started, Winter Tejan. You'll see plenty of her in the years to come. Also competes for the Lynchburg equestrian team, but right now battling with Southern Virginia out in front. Schlenker still leads in this race.
She is under 16:40 pace at the moment.
Facility record watch 16:41. So you hear on the loudspeakers, and a chance for Schlenker to dip under. You never know what the expectation's going to be in your debut, but with 2 laps to go, Katrina Schlenker has certainly checked the boxes. 13:54 into the final 800. Just need a final 800 where the wheels don't fall off, and they certainly don't look to, as Schlenker has committed early. Bonser now at 2 to go at 14:22. Just to paint a picture of how much separation there is, it was 13:54 for Schlenker. Talking at about a 30-second gap. Gonna have to maneuver some of the athletes at the back of the pack. Little extra urgency. 500 to go, 14:54 on the clock. Don't you feel like this is a testament to Schlenker's endurance? How much can she improve the rest of the year? 15:12 on the clock into the bell lap. You got to feel like the Flames are very optimistic about the body of distance athletes they have put together in the recent years. Schlenker, the veteran who has seen it all the way through, still has a minute to spare for a facility record. How quick can she move in the final 200 meters? We alluded to it earlier. It was certainly a possibility that we saw facility records and those strong times here at the Hill City Twilight. This is just another chance to see the talent across town. 16:10 into the final 100 meters. Folks on their feet here at Jack M. Tom's track. The facility record going to fall by about 15 seconds. She goes 16:27.
26, a huge run for Schlenker. She'll take the women's 5,000.
16:27.14 for Katrina Schlenker. New facility record here in the Hill City. Carter Norbo's 16:41 mark topples on this Saturday evening.
Kylie Bonser of Virginia Tech off the turn, 16:50 on the clock.
Bonser making her way home and just shy of that 17-minute mark, going to be around 17:04. Everyone else on their way home, the Liberty athletes into the final straightaway. To round out the podium, Molly Lashley goes 17:23. Isabella Ross 17:24, and Perry Irons 17:26, as you'll see on your screen for the top 5. Just a remarkable performance. Stellar results for a lot of the D3 athletes as well, as Adeline Carpenter will go 17:47. That's got to feel very exciting when you look at the PR of 17:17. Obviously, the rehab can be a long process to dip under 18. Several from Southern Virginia in the mix as well. Lives up to the expectations. Moments away from advancing to the 1,500 invites. We'll see one section on the women's side, two for the men. The events that we have highlighted throughout the evening. And as the sun keeps approaching the horizon, it feels like as it sets, there's still a lot of fire and a lot of light left here on Jack M. Tom's track. 1500s, steeplechase, 4x4s to go. There will be a men's 5K invite a little bit later on. It's going to be at 8:10, so some separation between the 5Ks. But this one belongs to Katrina Schlenker as she clocks a facility record, 16:27. Take a second to regroup and get you ready for the women's 1500 invite here at Jack M. Tom's track.
Lynchburg, it's in our DNA.
Honors for anybody looking to make a difference.
It's really community and connecting with the people around you.
It's been one of my favorite parts of college.
Your calling is beyond the classroom. This is where you feel at home, where you feel connected. And this is the place where you'll answer that call. Here, you'll learn to lead the way in the industry you love. The equestrian sport management major at the University of Lynchburg. Accepting applications now.
The women's 1500 meter invite is upon us here, 7:12 start time. Kinza Elikari, Charlize Trinity McKenzie, and Katie Bolke will be your top three. Two for Virginia Tech as Elikari enters this one with a 4:27 PR. Springfield, Virginia product. And last time out, she finished second in the 1500 at the UVA Challenge. Charlize Trinity McKenzie, the high schooler, as we said, Princeton University commit earlier on, 4:19 seed time, and she had a lot of confidence in her race. As we started earlier, Bolke 4:16 PR, four-time New England champion in high school, competed for Newington High School, and a little bit of track and field blood as her mother Laura ran cross country and track and field at Vermont. Rest of the field, Sophia Hogado for Virginia Tech with Jewel Lindner, Emma Lindner, the two sisters, Lila Waters, Ella Wolke of UVA, Elizabeth Coe of Virginia Tech, Kate Loescher of Liberty, Georgiana Gavalis of Virginia Tech, Sophie Farley of Longwood. We've seen her run and win several races here at Jack M. Tom's track. Jennifer Sy for William & Mary, Lydia Micken for Virginia Tech. 14 athletes in this section. The Hokies are entering with 7 of the top 10. This race is up and away, and some very quick times on the heat sheet for both the women's and men's invitationals. Facility record is 4:17.78 set by Allie Zeeland. Is it on the ropes? Gotta feel like the men's one could fall by a large margin, and a heat's time. Alikari out in front. 4:27 personal best, obviously learning a lot for some of the Hokies up front as they have packed in tight. In-state rivals in the ACC going at it, and through 300, time ends up being right around that 51-second mark. Olgato right behind Alikari. About 68 seconds to get this one underway, 4:15 pace. Facility record watch continues after Katrina Schlinker just smashed it in the women's 5K. If you're just tuned in here at the Hill City Twilight, did so at a great time. Women's race here in this 15 Invitational on the way, and then of course the men's Invitational, two of the best in Division I, ready to toe the line. Gary Martin and George Cooney. Just a remarkable career for so many of these athletes. Comes down to these moments. Alikari has handled it masterfully so far. Hokies starting to pack in tight in lane 1. 2 minutes on the clock with 2 laps to go. You're gonna need about a 2:16 if you're looking at that record watch. Everybody's so tight. Alikari, Bulky, Olgato, 1, 2, 3. Now entering that back straightaway, you might see a little bit of a disruption from the lone Cavalier in the field, Ella Wolke, sitting up front in a comfortable spot. 600 to go, 2:37 on the clock. Ultimately, it's going to come down to who has the final lap in their back pocket. Some shuffling at the front. Alikari and a lot of these other athletes have already run earlier on. You got to feel now it's all about endurance. Bulky sits in front. Lots to discover as the field will be around 3:10. The bell rings, 1 to go. Katie Bulky starting to pick things up on that last lap. She'll have a little bit left. Didn't compete last outdoor season, trying to use it to her advantage here in this 2026 spring. And what a table setter this could be. Alikari still on the inside on that back straightaway. The Hokies have swarmed to the front. Now 5 in that front pack. Depth on full display for Virginia Tech. 3:45 on the clock. Back into the shadows of that final curve. Here comes Bulky. Sprinting to the finish. They've picked it up considerably into the final 50 meters. And Bulky, who sat with the pack, will clock a facility record 4:14. The Hokies in full flight. Back-to-back facility records here in these invitational races. Olgato second, Lindner third. Entering with a 4:16 personal best. That is an impressive showing, one that we certainly knew was possible. The third facility record on the track of the day, and we don't have much time to reflect on the results as we get set for perhaps the race of the day in the men's 1500. This is just another event that you feel like is magical at the Hill City Twilight, whether it be the 1500, whether it be the mile. And this time around, as we get set for the final, the big-time men's invitational, it's all about the headliners. Time for another chapter of the Commonwealth Clash, written by the main characters, Gary Martin of UVA and George Cootie of Virginia Tech. Gary Martin, 3:33 personal best and a 5-time D1 track All-American. Add an honorable mention for the 2024 men's 1500. Martin was 4th in the mile at the NCAA championships. You feel like he is in great form. Former national champ in the men's DMR. George Cootie from Virginia Tech, maybe a little spark to the rivalry as he has a 3:36 PR. Finished 2nd at the NCAA Indoor Championships in the men's mile. 2 of the top 5 in the nation, ready to roll here on Jack M. Tom's track. Christian Jackson, Rome Kelly from Virginia Tech joined them. Nicholas Plant, former 800-meter facility holder here at Jack M. Tom's track. Declan Reimer of Virginia Tech Elite. Justin Watto of Virginia, or Watto, beg your pardon. Yassine Germali of ASICS. Samuel Idians of Virginia Tech. Jason Hunt for Lynchburg. Rare you see a 10 as his hip number, as he is the 5K national record holder at the Division III level, 13:41. He has really put together some stellar performances. A 14-minute 5K just a few weeks ago. Nick Benson runs unattached. Cameron Davis for Virginia Tech. But it's all the spotlight on the main characters. Gary Martin, George Cootie. It's a heavyweight bout here on Jack M. Tom's track. Facility record sits at 3:40, but the record that they might be paying attention to is 3:31, set by Simeon Birnbaum, the NCAA record just a few weeks ago. It's been a game of catch between so many athletes at the top of Division I. Who writes the next chapter? Up and away on the back straightaway.
Just in case the Division I collegiate record is as 3:31.69.
Have to keep all your eyes on the front. Virginia Tech, as we have alluded to, going to use their depth to their advantage in a race like this. Out in a hurry. Where does everyone else file in? Right now, smooth striding at the front. Martin and Cootie going to sit there right in the mix as they're out in 41 seconds through the 300. For the moment, Jackson right near the front of the pack as Roan Kelly is actually taken over. Beg your pardon. About 55 seconds through 400. And incredibly quick as they go to the back straightaway. We're going to learn more and more with every stride. Roan Kelly, who we've talked about earlier on, someone else for the Hokies who's competed at a high level, looking to right the ship this season. That's going to be the final 2 laps that decide it. So far, so good for the front runners. Martin and Cootie sitting comfortably. It's not every day you get an indication of what's to come at the ACC championships, perhaps at the NCAA championships.
Jackson and Martin creating a little separation up front.
Jackson holds the lead. Martin starting to roll with them, 153 through 800. Just a sensational pace around that 3:30 mark. That's what they're going for as Gary Martin is ready to roll.
Starting to do Gary Martin things.
National champ with the DMR squad. He was 7th at the cross-country championships in Missouri. Has just peppered the top 10. He is all alone, approaching the final 500 meters. See what the Hokies can do to respond. But right now, It's all Gary Martin's moment. 2:37 on the clock. This could be an incredible moment to remember. Who's going to go with Martin? Plant and Cootie second and third. They're going to have to start to roll on the curve, but there is so much separation. Martin ran a 57 on his last lap, entering with 2:37, and it looks like he's only picking it up. Decision time here on Jack M. Tom's track. One of the best to wear a Cavalier uniform on his way to the final 100. 3:31, a mark to remember. Gary Martin holding to the home straightaway. Division I going to be holding their breath with the performances he continues to deliver. A masterful performance by Gary Martin. Right on cue with 3:34. Just incredible consistency at the front. The fourth best time in D1. Cootie goes second. Nick Plant goes third. All of them in the top 15 for D1. And a facility record by 6 seconds. Well, every time that Gary Martin has an opportunity, it feels like the glass has been half full. Just another performance that won't surprise you. It's not fancy, gets the work in, and you feel like he is one of the main contenders for a national title. So we head into June. Season still far from over. By the way, top 5 in that section, all within the D1 top 70. Felt like Cootie, who had a solid final lap, matched Martin's kick. Just had too much ground to cover. He and Nick Plant staying a little more behind. That will bring us to our second section. Hard to have enough energy to muster it up for another extremely quick heat here at Jack M. Tom's track. The records are just getting more and more impressive. By the way, that's the third consecutive facility record going back to the last 3 events that we have seen. This time, William Winter and Ethan Coleman for Virginia Tech will be in the top 2. Winter 3:44 personal best, clocked 3:50 at the ACC Outdoor Championships. And Ethan Coleman right there with him. Tommy Latham competing unattached for North Carolina. Ned Farrington for Glory Days Track Club. Hayden Dyer and Charles Perry for UVA with Dale Hall of Liberty. Brendan DiStefano for William & Mary. Carter Johnson of Virginia Tech. Brendan McMahon and John Schleifer for rather running unattached. Tobias L'Esperance out there for Garden State Track Club. Benjamin Reynolds of Virginia Tech. Alex Valencia and Alex Leith for Virginia Tech. Or for UVA, beg your pardon. And especially with the rivalry in the Commonwealth Clash. Don't think you want to make that mistake too many times. And obviously, you know, in every sport, just little wrinkles to the picture. Second heat up and away. Still lots on the line. And obviously in this section, you see a little more representation from the mid-majors. DiStefano for William & Mary. We've seen what Dale Hall has done. Fantastic work as a freshman as he moved on to that sophomore year. It has just been getting better and better. Winter for the Hokies in the lead. By the way, going back to that last section, Chase and Hunt, if you weren't paying attention, came through right around 3:47. We'll get you that official result. Obviously, it already clocked a fast time earlier in the year. It was 3:46.67. His official result finishes 5th in D3. If you're looking at the list, that is right now occupied at the top by Ryan Hagan. 3:38 time earlier in the season for a D3 record. Windsor, Valencia, Hall, 1, 2, 3 going into this lap. Some shuffling at the top, but don't you feel like this is another section? It could come down to that final 400. You don't have the luxury of waiting to make a move. We saw Gary Martin take it from the start going into that last 8. Windsor comfortably up front. Doubled with the 800 and 1500 last time out at the UVA Challenge. A little extra emphasis this time as he's ready to roll, and perhaps as he goes out into 2, see if he is using it as a training endeavor. Maybe not. Maybe a stylistic choice as he goes outside. No, he will be done. Don't see many people start to merge off without that decision being made, so good start. Now up front, it's all Valencia. Valencia, Westfield, New Jersey product, but born in Seattle, Washington. Someone who expects to be near the front of many races he competes in.
Coming up on 1 to go here, starting to get interesting.
400 meters left, move made on the inside. Caden Dyer joins the party. Valencia right there in second, 2:45 the time. See how many of these athletes can get in that 3:45 range. William Winter's PR situated at 3:44. Extra separation on the back straightaway. Ed Farrington right there in the mix. 200 left, 3:15 on the clock. They've stayed on 60-second pace for that final lap. Now time to start picking it up as Dyer is alone out in front. Watch the kicks now from the chase pack, and there might be an extraordinary one all the way from back in the pack. Ethan Coleman. And not enough time. Beg your pardon, as it was Ben Reynolds coming in 3:45.44. Dale Hall rounds out the podium 3:47. Dale Hall very consistent with that 3:47 as 3:45 leads the Conference USA. He's been around that mark by just a couple seconds behind. You feel like very good chance to be competitive in a few weeks. So Section 2 matches the blueprint, all the energy in the air for that first heat that goes to Gary Martin. More races coming up here throughout the day as we are through the Invite 1500. Moments away from the steeplechase. Still to go the men's 5K Invite, followed up by the 4x4. We'll step aside here in the Hill City and be back with more fun on LHSN at Flo College. still catching our breath after what was a historic set of 1500s. Facility records from Katie Bolke and Gary Martin. We're getting set for the men's 3K steeplechase invitational. Be followed up by the men's 5K invite after the women's steeple, and then 4x4s to finish things up. Sun finally starting to set behind the Westover dorms on the far side of the track, and it has been a great day for many folks at this meet. So many personal bests, and then you extend on up to times that will just set the table for the postseason at the Division I level. You can find all the results online at Blue Ridge Timing. And as we have gotten through the majority of the meet, started at about 4 o'clock with our sprint events. We're entering our final hour. And we're up and away in the men's 3K steeplechase. 10 athletes. Let's go ahead and introduce you to Josh Fretwell up front, 9:27 personal best. He claimed his first ODAC title last weekend with a 9:53 performance. And upon reviewing it, he said it really just felt easy the entire way. Got to feel excited about that. He is actually not out there for the steeplechase. Just 6 athletes out of the 10 that were projected to. Nolan Yeagle will be out there for William and Mary. 9:22 personal best for the Winmore, Pennsylvania native. He has run a steeplechase this year, but it wasn't 3 kilometers. It was a 2K steeple at the Dan Stimson Memorial Invitational. Then he continued on to post 9:22, his first 3K steeple of the year at Duke. So now you're getting a chance to where you've run it already twice in very different fonts. Got to see what this one holds, and so far he is out and well on his way. 4-second disparity between him and Jackson Coombs, coming in with a 41-second 300. Rest of the field to get set is Gabe Ramirez-Hannon of Roanoke, Robbie Annett of Liberty, Carter Hudson of Lynchburg, and Henry Mast running unattached. Barriers out, ready to go. 35 to maneuver. If you include the water jumps, the pit is full as they make it through their first lap. See a lot of congestion in those early maneuvers, and what's so interesting is conference championship season can reveal a lot, as you have to learn to get over the barriers and try to evade trouble. When you're in a big pack, how do you find your footing and trust you're going to get over? Right now, Yeagle about 50 seconds ahead. For Yeagle coming into this competition, we already gave you some of the history behind what he's done this season. Going back to indoor, he was 9th in the mile at the CAA Championships, 4:13 performance. For so many of these steeplechase athletes, the most interesting piece is figuring out what they competed in during the indoor season. Did they go up in distance? Did they run the 3K to prepare? Skill sets aren't always linear in this sport, and so many athletes have learned that through trial and error. Yeagle comfortably striding out in front. Five laps to go for the front runners. Top 3 right now. Yeagle ahead with Coombs and Ramirez-Hannon for Roanoke. A pair of sophomores trotting in 2nd and 3rd. Steeplechase can be a popular event at this part of the season because you've seen a lot of athletes get used to it. It's not the first few weeks, and so you know your fitness is good. You're just trusting that the rest will come together. Right now, very promising up front. We've seen many steeplechase races throughout the year here at the University of Lynchburg, and almost all of them have been purely in the daylight. This one a little bit different as the sun will start to set on the Saturday evening. Hill City Twilight meet is just a very different complexion. Distance heavy, lots of competition from Division I opponents. Overall, the idea of not having to wait around all day long to run your event certainly helps. Gap continuing to build. Eagle through the K was at 3:04. Still at that 9:15 pace a little bit later. Personal best of 9:22 could be on the ropes. That's a 7-second disparity about halfway through. Water jump has looked seamless so far. The top man in the field. .534 on the clock. 3 laps left. Jackson Coombs, who has been occupying second for the majority of this race, actually set a personal best at the ODAC Championships, dipped under the 10-minute mark, a 9:59 performance for second place behind Josh Fretwell, who took off the final portion. Gabe Ramirez-Hannon, someone else who has been there throughout the entire way. Coach Derek Workman making a great investment in so many youngsters for the program.
Anything under a 3:10 over this last 1,000 meters gets him a new PR.
We can set the stage for the women's race, as it will only be 5 athletes. And lots of disparity at the top, so it could be a similar outline to what we've seen here in this race. The men's 5K invite will be much different as we go out with 30 athletes listed. We'll see how many of them actually compete in that one. An 8:10 start time for that men's 5K. Yeagle inside the final 800. Coombs and Ramirez-Hannon still no problems in second and third. Ravi Annette is shortly behind, matching their splits here in the last couple of laps. It'll be a game of playing catch up in the final 2. An impressive day across the board in so many of these events. Might add one more. 8:07 on the clock.
7 with 1 to run. Best he's gone is 9:22.87. Anything under a
9:22 the personal best. How in reach is that? You feel like there's a golden opportunity, and for the Maroons behind, as Gabe Ramirez-Hannon has snuck into second place, it's going to be a matter of can they go and approach that 10-minute mark. Robbie Annette has now made a move on that home straightaway to move into second. We'll see what the final lap has in store, but Yeagle on your screen all alone, and all he has left is the water jump and one more barrier. So impressive to see solo efforts when they go well. Pretty picture on display for Nolan Yeagle. Final barrier is up and over, and striding into this final 50 meters. Looks like he's going to match that personal best time of 9:22. He'll come down to the decimal marks as he goes 31. Personal best coming in was 87, so minor improvement. Robbie Annett now on his way home, carrying the Maroons behind him. Still comfortable gap between second and third. Annett now into the final 50 meters. All of a sudden, Jackson Coombs starting to sprint. Annett might be in no man's land going towards the finish line. He takes a look to his right and holds on. Coombs slightly behind. Ramirez Hannon for fourth rather. All of them are under 10 minutes. Robbie Annett just got a little too complacent and almost ended up being taken down by Coombs. Getting set for the women's 3K steeplechase. Just a moment as final finishers make their way through. Slated to begin right around 7:54, and just a couple minutes away. Catch our breath for a moment. Be back here on LHSN and Flow College. Final few events on the docket, and it starts with the women's 3K steeplechase invitational that will only feature 5 athletes, so each of them will get plenty of coverage throughout this race. Elizabeth Coe leads the way for Virginia Tech, Katie Payne of UVA, Allie McDonald of William & Mary, Isabel Wells for Longwood, and Kai Wheeler for Longwood. And temperatures continuing to cool down here in Central Virginia, so water is going to feel a little bit cooler all 7 jumps as they make their way around 7.5 laps of this 3K steeple. I expect Coe and Payne to lead the way, the high seeds in this section. Elizabeth Coe enters with a 10:13 personal best. It's the 6th fastest time in Hokies history. Scored at last year's ACC championships, and you would imagine that is the expectation for this year. She's going to be joined up front by Katie Payne, who has a 10:37 PR, but obviously that is still in her freshman season, so you never know what you're capable of doing if you have another veteran by your side. They're off and running, ready to attack the first barriers. Stadium lights turning on here at Jack M. Tom's track into the final hour of action here for the season. It has been a fun one, and so far today we've seen 4 facility records fall at the Hill City Twilight, so a good exclamation mark on what has just been a neatly culminated effort. So many individuals that have performed well, and it goes back to some of the talent that you get to attract. You continue to host this event year after year, and the times speak for themselves. So right now up front, neck and neck are Coe and Payne. Expect Elizabeth Coe to separate. The question is when. If she is on her A game, you see an attack, and that was not the water jump that Coe wanted. Katie Payne looked phenomenal over the barrier on that first one, and Elizabeth Coe maybe a little rattled by the extra speed on the outside. For someone who is just competing in her 2nd collegiate steeplechase, that looks flawless for Payne up front. So forget what we advertised. Now it's a game of catch-up for Coe. You wonder if that took anything out of her going into the water. Sometimes you see early in a race, caught a little off guard. 3rd place for the moment, Allie McDonald of William & Mary, a 10:44 PR. Former Blacksburg High School graduate, and she led the team to state cross country and track and field titles. 10-time All-State selection. So while it's separated quickly on that back straightaway, there's still plenty to discover. Katie Payne holds the lead. Former Delaware State champion and Gatorade Cross Country Player of the Year. See if this water jump is just as strong as the first. Now Payne maneuvering through. Some D3 ties for Katie Payne. Her uncle played soccer at Gettysburg College, staying on the East Coast and just going a little more south. Delaware native. About 3:28 through the first kilometer of work. Looking at around 10:20 pace, few ticks over. Payne's PR around 10:37. You have to feel like the pace will slow down a little bit here in the last 2K, but question is by how much? For the Longwood pair in the back, we've seen them earlier in the season. Isabel Wells, someone who was really competitive in some of the earlier events. Kai Wheeler right behind. But all the attention turning to the front, and ever since that first botched water jump. It's been a struggle for Elizabeth Coe to try and recover. Payne sitting in front. Clock reads 4:42. It's very difficult when you're with such a strong distance program to get experience early. Well, Katie Payne got it. She competed at the NCAA Cross Country Championships for the Who's back in the fall. When you think about putting that into perspective, you get 4 potential chances to run at the national level. That just says a lot about development. Also says a lot about the coaching that has gone into it. Here's a look at Isabel Wells for the Lancers. As this race has spread out, we'll try to keep our eyes on everyone in the field. Right now, Payne has a lead by about 60 meters, maybe even a little bit more. Has aced the quiz so far. Just a few laps to go. She'll come around the bend and we'll have 3 on the lap counter. Men's 5K Invitational with 30 athletes competing, our final invite of the day. Then the 4x4, expect a lot of these teams to go back and use it as a training effort. For some, it's an opportunity to get some more work in a competitive setting to round out the day. Facility record here at Lynchburg, 10:32, set by Molly Kate McGranahan. Is there potential for Katie Payne to get in on the mix? We'll keep our eyes on the splits as she makes her way to the 2K mark. Elizabeth Coe is out of this race now. Looks like she was pulled. They're going to figure things out. So all of a sudden, it's up to Payne and McDonald in the front. Obviously not a sign you want to see, but sometimes it's just a matter of making sure your athletes are all right. Could also just be a training effort. Maybe you're coming back from injury. We'll leave the hypotheticals to the coaches for now. We'll tell you what is certain. Katie Payne putting on a clinic here in this steeple with 2 laps to go. Clock's going to read 7:42 as she comes around. How quick can these final 2 trips around the oval be? It would be a 5th facility record if we saw another one in these final few races. Allie McDonald still stellar striding behind, but there is a 21-second difference. Gives us a chance to go and look at some more field events from earlier in the day. Men's pole vault complete. Walker nicely at Bridgewater wins it, clearing 15 feet and a quarter inch. Evan Langhammer settles for second. And Bronson Andrash, who won the ODAC championships, goes 14.6 and a quarter for third. And the men's long jump concludes with Jordan Hall for Virginia Wesleyan. With first place, Ty Maurer of Lynchburg second, Michael Leach, Lynchburg third. 6.88 is the winning jump. Women's long jump, Summer Wallace of Bridgewater with the win, 5.31. Salem Parker second for Lynchburg. Kaylin Hill of Longwood is third. Katie Payne has 1 more lap to go, 9:07 on the clock. Could make this very interesting when you're looking at the personal best watch. She has been very quick throughout this race. It's just a matter of holding on. 10:37 is that personal best mark. How much fuel does she have remaining? Starting to see some of those barriers get a little more difficult to execute here in the final lap, but still over a minute to solve the finale. Inside the final 200, 9:52 on the clock. New Hope, one final water jump, poses minimal damage, and it sure does. One more barrier to go, and you can see Payne accelerating towards the finish line. 10:32, the 3K steeplechase facility record. We might see another one. Here comes Payne to the final 50. Going to come down perhaps to the decimal points, or no, it's 10:30. No doubt remaining. New facility record by 2 seconds, new personal best by 7 for Katie Payne, freshman out of Wilmington, Delaware. Very consistent effort. Allie McDonald making her way home inside the 11-minute mark. 10:56 for second. So 3 facility records set by UVA. One to Tech, one to Liberty throughout the day. The D1 contingent has shown up and shown out. For Katie Payne, looked like very smooth striding in the first half of that race, so it's just a matter of getting over the barriers in the final couple laps. I feel like if you can perfect that, especially with it only being the freshman season, there's a lot of room left to improve. Final finishers on their way, and then we'll set the scene for the men's 5K invite as everyone has made their way onto the track on the far side, towing the starting line and moments away from liftoff. So Isabel Wells on her way for the Lancers. Golden opportunity to get ready for our next race. 3 finishers here, the 3K steeple. Men's win goes to Nolan Yeagle of William & Mary. Katie Payne handles business on the women's side. Well, if you wanted a loaded field in the men's 5K final distance invite of the night, you got it. It's some of the local talent from across town at Liberty, some professional athletes in the mix, and the Virginia Tech, of course, lining up a few to make a very hefty 30-man field just that much more entertaining. Yassine Germali going to be the one to watch, representing A6, a 13:28 seed time coming into this one. The facility record, by the way, is 14:18. So we've never seen a sub 14 here at Jack M. Tom's track. You got to feel like that could be a very obliterated record by the end of the night. Germali, representing A6 and the Philippines, ran 13:36 at the UVA Challenge in mid-April. Formerly competed for Gonzaga, finished inside the top 50 at the cross-country championships in the NCAA season back during his collegiate days, but so many more storylines. See everyone just trying to find a spot on the starting line to get this one set. And overall, this could clearly cause some shockwaves around Jack M. Tom's track for the folks that have stayed. They're familiar with fast 5Ks. These Lynchburg fans, they've seen Chase and Hunt run 13:41 for a collegiate record. But, of course, that was on the opposite coast at the Brian Clay Invitational in California. You don't get to see 5Ks like this every single day. So for the average spectator who has stayed local, this is a treat to have it right before your eyes. We'll wait to introduce the field until they're off and running. Edwin Kiprop for Liberty and Declan Reimer for Virginia Tech Elite, two that could really stay in the mix early in this race. All about the splits. The question will be, how many of these athletes go under the 14-minute mark? 4 of them are seeded under 14, as several will make their way up to the alley. Healthy balance of athletes in this section as well. Mentioned on the D1 names at the top. Well, Lynchburg represented as well. Eden Riggle, Cameron Sidebotham going to be in the mix. Trying to put together something special. What will be a memorable race. And the distance finale. Final instructions. And just about ready to race here in the Hill City. Will it be an affair that features a big pack at the front? Will it break open in a hurry? With 30 athletes, I feel like pride is certainly a part of the picture. But the promise of what's to come could be even greater. 12.5 trips around the oval. Let's set the picture. Yassine Gurmali, Edwin Kiprop, and Declan Reimer, aforementioned at the front. Tristan Merchant, the Alaska native for Liberty, wearing hip number 4. Linus Chepkache for Virginia Tech. Jack Cottrell, Nicholas Kiprodich, and Andrew Schultz for Liberty. Ryan Chevalier and Garrett Winter for Virginia Tech. Eric Semling runs unattached. Brendan DiStefano, Luke Elwood, and Carson Rackley for William & Mary. James Shue runs unattached. Will Griesmer for William & Mary. Aiden Riggle and Cameron Sidebotham of Lynchburg. Henry Anderson and Peyton Golden for William & Mary. Colton Morris runs unattached. Eric Fagan, Hayden Goodman, Eli Phillips, Brady Brennan, all representing William & Mary, with Caden Ellis running unattached. Quinn Green, Amberson Bauer, Matthew Twyman, and Nolan Yeagle for William & Mary. How many William & Mary athletes will actually be racing, as they were entered in several events going into the Hill City Twilight? You do see a lot of their jerseys in that chase pack as it has emerged right away. Reimer, Gurmali, and Chevalier through in front on that first 200. Now Declan Reimer has taken it over in the lead. 13:48 personal best for the Downingtown, Pennsylvania native. He competed at the NCAA championships in the 3K steeplechase last season, so going up in distance. Placed third at ACCs with an 8:42, by the way. And that just goes to show the depth in that event in the ACC. They were out hot in front. For Gurmali, really interesting story, as we mentioned in his collegiate running at Gonzaga. His collegiate PR in the 5K was a 13:33 mark up in Boston. He has shaved 5 seconds off with the mark that he brings to this Hill City Twilight meet. And Ryan Chevalier for Virginia Tech wearing hip number 7, but certainly competitive early. You feel like a lot of those main seeds will stay in that front pack. And all looking comfortable early in the race. through the first K at 2:46. Just incredible to see how quickly they are moving. They're looking at around that 1350 range to get things started.
Just a clip under 1350 pace up front.
So the question becomes, with several PRs being listed in those 1340s, is this a consistently split race? Really, two races going on. A couple are in between the main pack and the chase pack, but it looks like one that features a lot of those top D1 schools. Grimali for A6 in the second pack. A lot of William and Mary, two Lynchburg athletes in the mix as well. Reimer leading the charge, 3:54 on the clock. Hayden Goodman leading that chase pack for William and Mary. Looks like Jason Hunt is in there as well, doing some pace work and trying to help the Lynchburg squad. Saw Hunt earlier on in the 1500, and really the comment that was trickling around the facility is you don't see him very often in that position of a race, sitting in about 10th place, and that's because some of the best in Division I are in the same section. It just makes you realize how fortunate we are to have so much talent here in the state of Virginia. Little to no movement in the top five. Reimer, Grimali, Chevalier, Chepkache, and Merchant. On the other hand, the backpack having just a little bit of shuffling in between as Lynchburg has made their way towards the front of that pack. We've seen a lot of those William and Mary athletes actually double earlier on in the meet. Keep our eyes peeled on the 2K mark, and it just feels incredible. They're already getting close to halfway through. Reimer around 5:35. Perhaps a few seconds over 1350. How much will they move here at this part of the race? Reimer so far so good, but he has taken all the wind up front. That would be an impressive finish if he led it coast to coast with that much of a pack behind. Reimer for Virginia Tech Elite found success at this meet last year. Clocked 3:39 in the 1500 for a personal best, which would have been a facility record if not for Nick Plant's 3:36. Gary Martin handled business to take that even lower this year. Grimali now in front. And Reimer is out, so pacing duties for him in this race, and looked very smooth. But Yassine Grimali will now take over. 13:28 is that personal best, as we've alluded to. He's at 7:15. Grimali has represented the Philippines at the national level. While that pack is separated up front, still three joining the front runners. Chevalier and Winter, the two for the Hokies in second and third. What's so impressive is they just don't break stride, and it has been a race that obviously is separated quickly. See front runners on one side of the track, the official chase pack complete other side. Both still looking cool and confident. .821 on the clock.
Flirting with 14 flat pace halfway through this one as they hit the 3,200 meter mark now at 8:54.
2 miles at 8:54. Still over a mile left. What's left to discover in the final few laps. We'll try to see if we can get some metrics on that middle pack as well. William & Mary has held together that pack for the majority of the race, just trying to see what they have left.
Garrett Winter, Ryan Chevalier with 4 to run. 9:28.
Winter and Chevalier right behind Yassine Germali. Facility record 14:18. Seems all but secured by one of those top three. A little bit of an update on the rest of the field. Shep Kache and Eric Semling right behind for 4th and 5th. They have really emerged to be on an island. Jack Cottrell also sticking close. So for now, Germali with 3 laps to go, trying to hold on. They have used every ounce of that pack so far, and with some individuals falling off, it's down to 3. All of them look willing to stay intact into the final few laps. What type of kick does Germali need into the final few laps? The backpack has completely broken open. See what the Lynchburg athletes can put together. Cameron Sidebotham, Aiden Riggle, 2 athletes who competed in the 10K, the ODAC Championships. It was won by Alex Paciello. Aiden Riggle won it the year before. Some of the endurance giants rifling off a 5K near the end of the collegiate season.
Two to go now. Germali, Winter, Chevalier.
800 meters left. Germali is off now. His pacing duties, so Virginia Tech will have 2. Garrett Winter and Ryan Chevalier at 11:40. 2 laps to go, and it feels like all the locks are off the door. Looking to bust in and put a fantastic mark on the board. A facility record watch here at Jack M. Tom's track. The Hokies have just made this look like a scrimmage, and then when you see the rest of the field and how quickly it's separated, it is just incredible because they are not going slow at the back of this entire field. Garrett Winter, Ryan Chevalier will come down to 1 lap. Stellar work so far. 12:45 will read on the clock. with 1 to go. Chance to dip under that 14-minute mark. Lots of excitement for every team as now there are plenty of athletes running side to side on the infield, shouting final bits of encouragement. Winter and Chevalier, 1 curve and 1 straightaway, separating them from a big-time performance, a chance to go under 14. Chevalier makes the move, and sprinting down the final straightaway, the Hokies accelerate to a blistering personal best, 13:46. Winter a second behind. Facility record absolutely squashed. Final 400, 60 seconds for Chevalier. Everyone making their way home on the final lap as it is erupted at Jack Tom's track. Chevalier's personal best was 14:07. Goes well under, over 20 seconds. Final straightaway. Athletes filing in that 14-minute range. Some incredible results. All the energy and emotion pit up throughout the majority of the race for so many of the fans coming alive. All but 2 athletes are going to go under 15 minutes. When they say an invitational section, you're bound to typically have a few that go at a quick pace. Hard to make it the entire field. This was truly incredible. The consistency, especially from so much of that William & Mary pack. Moments that will not be forgotten. And another facility record. Ryan Chevalier and Garrett Winter, first athletes to go under 14 minutes at Jack M. Tom's track. All we have left are the 400 or 4x400 relays. Both 5K facility records go down. And by the way, both are crushed. 1,500 records go down on the men's and women's sides. The women's 100 hurdles, the women's 3K steeple, all within a matter of hours here in Lynchburg, and we have approached the final race. Difficult to even comprehend the level of maturity up front. And 2 Hokies that really just went stride for stride, helped out by Yasin Gurmali. Brilliant pace work up front to get the 2 Hokies in a very comfortable spot. Garrett Winter came into this one with a personal best of 14:09. So both Hokies PRs by a stellar amount. When you looked at the reactions from so many of their teammates, you could understand something special was unfolding. So the final event will be the 4x4. And it looks like Much of it will be a training effort for athletes who have already raced today, trying to get some final work in. So that concludes the distance invitational slate. The performances that we have seen, you don't want to say are expected because never guaranteed a facility record, but it just confirms what we know about this meet and feels magical. Goes back to last year. You couldn't escape this broadcast without hearing Sam Ledeza, Tor Ho-Tung Davidson, sub-4 mile, which was one of the better moments that you can remember in Lynchburg history for the track and field slate. Just an incredible amount of emotion that night a year ago. You're seeing it spread across every team tonight. Four by four will be the concluding remark from what has been a very exciting event. Goes back the entire season, goes back the last few years here at Lynchburg and what has been developing in the Hill City. It's a program, a culture, and meets that deliver upon the expectations. And it's largely due to the coaching here at Lynchburg. Mario Wilson has done a fantastic job shepherding this crew through his first season as a director. Sam Ledeza, who returns after being a 10-time All-American for the Hornets, coaching the distance side now. It's been a season filled with ups and downs, and it's a lot different than what you might have expected in the past, but the font has remained similar, and it's been championship expectations. So we are confirming if there will even be a 4x4. Obviously, we said a lot of it is training efforts. Keep our eyes peeled on the infield to see who wants to toe the line. Looks like Virginia Tech and Liberty will be out there on the women's side. Both men's teams have backed out. This is just reading the room, doing what we can. So the women's 4x4 will commence as our final event of the season here at Jack M. Tom's track. Big thanks to you if you've tuned in throughout the meet. Blue Ridge Timing has all your results from throughout the day. We'll see if we can fill the gaps in some of the field events we might have missed earlier on. We've obviously touched on most of it. Men's triple jump goes to Pedro Giso competing unattached 1452-meter leap. Dimitri Henton second, Jordan Fielder third for Lynchburg and Virginia Wesleyan respectively. Two of the conference's best. Women's triple jump, just two competitors. Maddie Watson of Bridgewater goes 11:54, and Olivia Krieger of Bridgewater goes 11:31. Women's pole vault results coming in, but it looks like Soraya Mahmood of Southern Virginia was able to clear 10:11 for the victory. No one else cleared 9:5, so bar was extended quite a bit. Women's shot put, Abby Mickelay with a 13:31-meter throw, and we've heard that that is potential for a facility record. We'll see if we can corroborate that with you, but that is an incredible mark for Mickelay, who has just really set the standard in recent years. And will be off a facility record, so not completely sure. Beg your pardon, not the women's side. Let's take a look at the men's side. Chris Van Niekerk for South Africa goes 20:07. Josiah Gomez and Jesus Flores second and third. Was a 65-foot, 10-inch throw for Van Niekerk, which is just an incredible mark to think about as well. That will certainly be a facility record as that goes in for the men's shot put. So beg your pardon the first time. Abby Mickelay, though, the reason you would think that she might be in those record watches is because she has always been up in the conference. Van Niekerk has been here in the past and represents South Africa at the World Championships. Last event of the day, a little bit of a scrimmage between Virginia Tech and Liberty. I had to imagine some communication between the coaches went into it. And will we have one final exciting race on our hands? Certainly feels like it, as We have gone through our field event results. Blue Ridge Timing will have the rest. Big thanks for tuning in throughout the day. And it is just another atmosphere you enjoy, you appreciate, and you got to reflect on for next year, because as so many of these teams perennially target this meet, just keeps getting better and better. For the moment, the Hokies maybe an inch ahead. Jessica Poliska for Liberty. And lane 4 trying to hold on the final few meters of the first leg. About 57 seconds for the Hokies' first exchange. To get the final work in, you got your post-race workouts throughout the season. It always feels a little extra special to be able to do it during an actual race, and one like this where it's not exactly a crowded field. Hokies storming to the front. For kicks, facility record 351.09. We've seen so many others go down. Virginia Tech, smooth striding in front.
It'll be Virginia Tech getting it away first. 156 at the halfway.
Hokies, as we've mentioned, going with a lot of options from earlier races. For athletes too, a lot of their training in Blacksburg. We mentioned the cool temperatures, but probably not going to be fazed by what's in the air tonight here in Lynchburg. Always a cold winter at Virginia Tech. Liberty now in front, back straightaway. This could be a competitive final lap and a half. A little extra pride on the line. See if the Hokies keep this one close around the curve.
Liberty out front. Cabales of Virginia Tech not going away here. As we come up on the final exchange. Got a good one here. Liberty and Virginia Tech going to hand off.
Losher Cabales handing it off for one final lap. Liberty and Virginia Tech battling it out. It's only fitting we have one spectacular finish on the way. Hokies accelerating into the back straightaway. McKinn taking over. Now trying to accelerate that lead. We will see if it grows into the final 200 meters. 3:23 on the clock. How quick can these final 200 meters go, as the facility record at 3:51. Could be on the ropes again. The Hokies heading for home. A fantastic final leg. They'll be a little behind the agenda, but still a firm advantage for first place to round out the Hill City Twilight. Special performances the entire day and special marks the entire season. Big thanks to you for tuning in at every track event this year. You know, this sport is so special because of the community behind it. It doesn't happen if you're not watching at home and just enjoying the experience with every single stride. What a fun season we've had. It doesn't end here. NCAA championships for Lynchburg coming up. Final qualifiers are on the way. But as May approaches, feels like it's just something different, and maybe not a so long, but a see you soon. So big thanks for tuning in. Blue Ridge Timing has all the results. You can find the meet information on there. Keep your eyes on the Lynchburg Sports website for more info in the coming weeks. Thanks to our director, Tanisha, and everybody on the LHSN crew for making it possible today. My name's Evan Gates, saying so long from the Hill City.